boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. We started at exactly 6 o'clock. We're on time. She's clearly joking.
Yeah.
Horace clearly joking.
Yeah, not late in the day.
Conversating music. However. Together. Because we're definitely going to be bouncing around in this video. But there are certain things from it that you have to reference directly from my video for it. Jaleel, what? Right, and then this, and then that, and then this, and then that, and then that, and then this, and then this, and then that. How are you feeling, Jay? That, and then this, and then this, and then that, and the back, and the kids, and the kids, and the back, and the bump, and the scene, and the and the back is the bump, and the scene, and the and the black is the black, and the back, and the bump, and the second. There we go. Here is a link for the Watch Together.
Oh, this is the first I've ever been on Watch Together. Oh, shit. I didn't want that as a nickname. Why is the screen so small on my end? Hold on. It's very wide. Is that normal?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. There we go. I got it. I got it now. There.
As soon as I also looked up the... I apologize. As soon as I looked up... When I was looking up a Goofy movie, I saw, like, some links to black nerd problems. Like... Shrug? Why are people like this?
Who's unpausing?
Sorry, that's me. I'm just trying to get set up. That's not bad.
Yeah, I didn't touch it.
It's okay.
I'm just trying to get it all set up. I don't know why it changed on me. Now it's tiny. Why is it tiny? I don't want all this on the screen. Let me try that again. Let me try this again.
Oreos in the ointment. Disgusting.
Okay. Okay. Why is it tiny again? How do I make it big again? God damn. I don't even know what I did. I guess it's just gonna have to be this way. Oh well. Oh well.
Yeah, like this is one of the pictures on the article.
I don't even know if I want context for that.
It's from an
Either he's got
article.
this tone the worst way possible, or he's getting the most The best blowy in his life.
It says a goofy
call it
who
a
became the
blowy?
blackest supposed.
A blowy.
A hot blowy, yes.
The hottest of blows.
A hot
She
blowy.
pulled the soul right out of his body. Look at him.
A hot blowy. Are you ready? I have heard it all. I have heard it all now. A hot blowy. I am flabbergasted and scared.
Like that?
Yes,
That's tame.
I know.
For oh.
The tame compared to stuff I've heard from Carl and then Jay.
There's a difference between us coming up with shit on the spot and his first reaction to, oh man, everybody calls it a blowjob. Hot blowy. If they pay $2 extra, can they get a supersize on the blow deluxe?
Maybe. That probably costs $250.
Can they pay in cash, grass, or ass?
No.
Whichever one you have the most amount of,
Amount.
they will accept.
Oh, wow.
Cash, credit, or cock. Either way, they getting some.
These are insane slogans. Oh my god, this man is out of control.
I remember that last movie night we watched in Ghostbusters. You said I unintentionally made some hot Kino, or just Kino, or anyway. I think that's a talent I have. I don't even know if I had it or not until that same night.
Either or.
Oh my god, the dude in the movie with like the vest on and the gloves with the like side part. His name is literally Chad.
Yes. But anyway, in any case, welcome one and all to the first of many revised and properly made VSChats. Now, with proper editing time. Today, I made a video earlier last week, called Oreos and the Ointment. In that video, there was several topics discussed on the matter of the black experience as it was being described by Paradigm Shift, FT Signifier, and the content creator of Studio Pillboy. I, in my opinion, made a 3-hour video not for the purposes of just long content, hit the algorithm with long content, but specifically these videos, out of all that were going to be released as a part of what I call the Carl Bomb, which is whenever I release large amounts of videos at once, with any amount of little to no editing to all the editing in existence. This particular video was 3 hours because it was originally supposed to be 3 to 4 videos itself, each alone. And I instead chose to combine them together because to be able to talk about the subject matter inside of it required hearing from the horse's mouth what they defined as blackness, and then assessing that that standard off of what they said of their own words and their own volition. Now, there's no way, ladies and gentlemen, for the purposes of this VSChat, that we will be able to get through my entire video. So if you haven't already watched it, you will probably not be able to keep up with what's being said unless you follow through as we're going through stuff. We're going to try to keep it brief. In that, I mean, we're going to try to keep our answers brief. We're going to try to build in, get to our points, and then be able to move forward. But the point of it is that whether you're in chat, watching here on YouTube, watching here on Twitter, or you're listening and you're participating live inside of my Discord, all of which can be found in the description bar below. Click on that so you can be able to find where Carl and all Carl accessories can be sold. I want to be able to use it not necessarily to a way for you to rewatch my shit, but specifically for you to be able to understand where I was coming from and for us to dig another level deeper. Because it is of my opinion that this video, while probably my more recent work from the element from what I've been making for months, this is a particular one that for me is something that I put a lot of work into, because this particular issue I feel never gets approached right in the particular correct way. And digging into it here is high fun for everybody. Because everybody finna find out the reasons why. For example, Carl, why do you quote Signifier all the time? Y'all finna find out. Y'all finna find out. Play the tape, Death Row! Are you ready for some festival-like torture? You know, it's like the stuff we do normally. Interview with the Vampire Season 3 coming soon. And yes, we are working on Interview with the Vampire Season 3. For anybody who is questioning that, I know a lot of my new audience, hello new audience, has come to me because of the collaborations I've done with Jay on multiple topics in videos and edits. Yes, we're working on Season 3 of Interview with the Vampire. Yes, I will tell Jay what you think about it. Yes, she does read it. We do normally? Interview with the Vampire. And yes, they are going with the Vampire List stat for the next season, so it's going to be Queen of the Damned. For anybody who happen to care about that. Anyways, Vampire Season 3 coming soon.
I can't never find no girl that likes what I like. Like, I can't find no girls that like anime, that like video games. You know, I mean, I have talked to some girls that do like that stuff, but it's rare, man.
I would say, from this particular part, let's actually, no, I already said what my opinion about that is in the video. Let's go around the room. Saf, when you heard that opening, what did that make you feel like? When you heard a random black guy say, I can't never find no black girls that are nerds that are into the shit that I'm into. What did you think? What did you feel?
I mean, I would say that I would encourage him to like meet, more people outside, his comfort zone, and not to listen to people, in one of those Twitter comments, because like I think that's what initially made me kind of things that made me upset, because like maybe like because I've been in the position where like it's like, no, there's are not black girls who are nerds. That's not real. And like, yeah, they are. But you guys picked on us and called us weird. And like, like, cause the whole thing about like, it's shaming. They would shame people on both, I guess, spectrum, gender. Because like they basically shame each other, but then when you hear later on in the video where he goes on to like, oh, you should only get with like black women, but at the same time they don't exactly uplift these people. Then they just look down on them and see them as just like outsiders. And then they get upset when they leave their immediate circle and meet other people who share the same interests as them, and are happier for it. And then I think this is probably where all this fallout maybe came from, because my first boyfriend, he was also a nerd, but he was Mexican.
Do you feel like talking about that?
Yeah, I met him out of college. When I was like first out of high school, we were in community college, and we both lived like not too far from each other at that point. So we would visit each other's houses, and we would like, we would go out, we would play video games together, we would both go shopping together. Like our tastes and things were different, but I still tried to like gauge within his interests, because like I wasn't like the biggest Pokemon fan at the time. He was much more avid Pokemon fan than me. I told him the story about like how my parents told me that I wasn't allowed to play Pokemon or enjoy it or be a fan of it, and he said like, that's awful. And then like I started to be more receptive towards Pokemon stuff, and I would try to buy him Pokemon plushies of his favorite Pokemon and draw him pictures of it.
Did you ever feel?
And we, you know, we both.
I'm sorry, I
Oh, you
interrupted
can go ahead, Carl. I'm sorry.
No, I interrupted you. I apologize. Keep going.
We both watched anime together, and like the first anime convention experience I had was when we went to Onicon together, and it wasn't at Galveston at that time. It was still at a hotel. So we both, I think it was both of our first conventions experience together.
Did you ever feel a need to have to step outside of your race, as it were, to find a relationship, or is this something that you just fell into naturally?
I think it was kind of like might have been in the right place, the right time in my life. Because like when I was in school, I had the thought of like dating, but unfortunately, some family issues came up with that, and I decided, you know what, I'll just wait until I'm out of school so I don't have to deal with like nearly as much nonsense. I mean, I still had to deal with, you know, nonsense, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been, so to speak.
And ultimately,
But even
sorry, go ahead, keep going.
You can, like, I have a brain for a moment. You go ahead, Carl.
I was going to ask you another question. And when you look back at that experience, and if you were to put yourself in this guy's shoes, and you were to say to yourself, I can't find any black guys that are into the stuff that I'm into, and with what you've said, had the added caveat of, I can't find them, and they bully me, what do I do? If you hadn't taken those choices that you did, fallen into the choices that you had, or the choices that you specifically and deliberately chose, what do you think you would have ended up doing or becoming?
I mean, I've kind of been like in an experience of not really having a lot of friends. Not because like, oh, I can't find friends with the same interests. It's just that, you know, with the, I guess, you know, disorder that I have, it makes it harder to relate to people at times, or to have people kind of understand you. I mean, it would have been the eventual choice is to like go to therapy and eventually have exposure therapy and meet new people outside of the comfort zone, which is what I had to do to like kind of be more sociable to begin with.
And what would you say to any girl or any guy that was of your age or of your mindset? What would you say to them if you had seen them in a situation like this?
I would say that there are people who are out there that are like similar to you and probably have like similar experiences. They're out there. There are people online. There's people, you know, I guess at local like gathering spots where you can meet these people. Cause like, I mean, it depends on where you are. Like in a city, like, you know, in a popular city that I live in, there's a lot of comics shops and like hobby stores. And I think there are online group meetups that you can be a part of that might help.
I'd say that's about fair. Because to build on what Looney just said in the chat, it's going to be very hard pressed to find somebody who shares every single interest that you have. Because, as it's going to be very clear for most people, if you have not watched my content, The repeating argument presented by Signifier, by Paradigm Shift, who is in the part of Signifier's content before we dig truly into Pillboy, all of it stems from, if they're not of like mind, and if they're not of the like skin, and if they're not of the like political belief, they're trash and you shouldn't want them. Which I find inherently audacious and fucking toxic, obvious of its own self. But to both of you, and anybody else who wants to answer in either the chat here or the voice chat, how does that make you feel? Knowing and hearing them say, oh, I could never be friends with you because you're not black. Or, if you are black, I could never be friends with you because even though we like all the same things, you know, you're not like I am. You're not the right kind of black. How does that make you feel?
I mean, that's just gonna make me feel like this person's fucking mental.
And what about you, Aqua?
Like, what's your problem, dude?
And what about you, Aqua?
I'd probably, if in this hypothetical, honestly, I'd probably be no different than what Carlton had to say in The Fresh Prince. It's like you hate me because, like, I come up from a different upbringing, but I got here through skill. I got here through, like, I put my all into this, and that wasn't enough for you. It turns out, like, you're the real sellout here, and anyone here. It's like just because I'm not exactly what you expected, you reject me based on that basis. Like, that's bullshit.
Interesting you brought that up. Why did you specifically choose Carlton?
It was specific. It was that one episode in the call. The whole point of that plot of that episode is Carlton and Will are trying to get into this one. I think it was a fraternity house.
Black fraternity house.
And yeah, black fraternity house. And the whole point is that the fraternity head is like, you, Will, you're what we're expecting because you get it. You're one of us. But Carlton, he ain't like, you and I. And Will, he fights for his cousin. It's like, but he gets straight A's. He's the hardest working student I know. And of course, it plays this little comedy bit where it shows him dancing with a girl. It's honestly, he's a bit goofy, but he was dancing with the girl. She wasn't turning away from him. She seemed to be having fun. Granted, we only see it for a few seconds. But the whole message of that episode is like, it's specifically really what we're talking about. It's like this particular individual who's like, well, you may be black, but you ain't the right kind of black for me. It's like, that mindset is bullshit and it always has been. It's like, I can't remember exactly. Oh, God, Uncle Phil put it together. It's like, I have to look up that. Hold on, I have to look up what he said because he put this so succinctly. I just need 1 minute. I'll be right back.
You can also put it through your own words if you want to, because remember, the core video itself is over 3 hours. We have 4 hours. Now, if you want to summarize,
I just want to look up that.
It's okay. Take your time. If you want to summarize, you can.
I just want to make sure. It was. Effectively, it's like we've come so far, yet we're the ones who are we're all against each other again. And it's like it should be the opposite. It's like, yeah, that's true. Like at that point, especially in the 90s, because I grew up on Fresh Prince. I used to DVR that show all the time and just watch the hell out of it. Like that's an important show for me. I love that show, and Uncle Phil just put it succinctly, like. A lot of those issues, because I think you even brought it up in another video. It's like there was an episode where Carlton and Will were driving down the road and cops thought they were carjacking, so they arrested them, and Uncle Phil comes in and just shuts that shit down. It's like, yeah, because that's bullshit. So I can't quite put it as succinctly as I wish to. I haven't seen the episode, but I saw this clip not that long ago, not even a week ago. I just want to find it, and I'll even put it in the chat so people can see what I'm talking about. Of the episode.
I know what episode you're talking about. Most people could probably find it. I just want to make sure that you finish your point.
I know, I just want to make sure that basically was my point. It's like that's how I would respond. It's basically what Carlton said to that fraternity head. It's like you think I'm a sellout just because I'm not what you expected. It's like, you're the real fucking sellout. Like, we're supposed to be helping each other, aren't we? Like, what is this?
Well, I asked you that question.
That was basically my point.
Okay, I asked you that question because I found it interesting that instead of pulling on something else, you specifically pulled on that particular instance. And you also said that that's your favorite, that you grew up in the show. Would you say that you understand the quintessential black experience? Building off of what we were talking about before we came here.
Maybe not. I'm just if I. Oh. What was it? What was that again? Let me repeat the question.
Do you feel, having grown up watching what is considered one of the best parts, if not one of the most highly praised shows that demonstrates, quote, black culture, do you feel like you have an inside look at the mindset of that black culture, having consumed it through all of your childhood?
I can say I can at least sympathize and understand. It's like, yeah, even though I've not grown up in those circumstances, I can still sympathize and go, yeah, that is really shitty. It shouldn't be like that. Like, I may not have lived through what they went through, but I can understand. Like, I could sympathize. Like, I could understand how they might have felt, because yeah, that would be shit to get kicked out just because you have like certain characteristics that the head didn't, or you apparently didn't have characteristics that they wanted of you. That's like that's not fair to me. I've worked my ass off to be here. How dare you take that away from me? You call me the sellout when you're the one kicking me out for superficial reasons. That's bullshit.
There is an easy way for us to be able to define what it is. Unfortunately, I'm trying to figure out if I can find a button for it, but I can't find a button for it. Basically, dun, 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 they not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
Oh.
Because that is effectively what it boils down to. Welcome, Bloody. Because that's
welcome.
That's what effectively that boils down to. Because realistically, we now have four different viewpoints. Mine, a literal black nerd females. Whatever the bloody wants to identify as. I mean, are you not a female? Do you now and or have you ever had the vagina?
In this time period, sir, this is arbitrary.
Has she and or will she ever define herself as mother?
Listen, we can only work with femoid at this point. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But here, at least right now on the call, we have at least 4 different people with particular perspectives and viewpoints. And it's the white boy, who sometimes is occasionally confused but has the spirit, probably giving them even more insightful take than what was provided by fucking Signifier in the next clip.
Of course.
I didn't even coach him to say that. That's why I was so flabbergasted that he exactly pulled out one of the best case examples of exactly what I was saying earlier before we came here, which is the fact that it's not a black culture shock. It's a class culture struggle and a class culture shock.
Yeah.
You would be correct. Then again, you're talking about Signifier. Come on.
Sicky D.
He's my favorite. You don't understand. Signifier tells me all the things I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
He's a national treasure.
A fool's gold. A fool's gold.
I was gonna say, like, a national treasure of what?
Like, if there was a treasure chart and you had to have a treasure... True. If you had to have a treasure chamber full of gold and you had to name it after Signifier, you would know that that was the Fool's Gold room. That is supposed to be the booby trap room. The thing squishes you into a wall. Occasionally while telling you the reason you fell for this trap is because you are a white, black, slave to the white man's system. You believed in riches of wealth, but didn't believe in riches of culture. While a man is in the other room pressing the button that closes the wall, flicking through his wide wall of bills gained from his white audience where he shits on other black people.
Damn, you encompass that all the way through. I love it.
I like money. I never got to have women in my youth, but now I get to have money and my wife. Here you go, baby. Go ahead and buy us some more fucking kitchen utensils.
I'm just saying, look, if you had to really break it down, like Horror said it best, a treasure chest full of chocolate coins on a warm summer day.
Well, yeah, I found that interesting. That's where he went with that. Also, there is there's a watch together link inside the CCM1 chat.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, like it's inside all the little funny, goofy movie posting I've been doing. The little Chad and Stacy in a movie.
What is
I
wrong?
didn't know that was his name.
Reading from Johnny Ortiz. What is wrong with tasting vanilla? Love is love. Great question. Keep that in mind. I have an answer for you, but they don't.
Look, put a pin in that. Put a pin in that.
No black women would like you because she ain't no thug.
Yeah, that's gonna go ahead and be cat for me. Look at me. Look at me, Chad. Do I look like I'm a looker? I look like I would be one of those guys in that clip, but no. Even this fat ass found love. Cap. The message is on the fucking screen, the worst one still. Go back to that real quick. You ain't no nerd. Y'all don't love us. IRL, you're just capping for likes. Not women just be wanting to thug and a nerd rolling to one. They only love nerdy black men who are celebrities. Why are we acting like black women who openly hate anime isn't a relatively new phenomenon? Y'all were into it. Y'all want into it until COVID, when you burn through the shit you regularly watch and someone puts you on anime. We really gotta stop this narrative that black women have been into nerds. There's a bunch of fucking comments that I always see that are to this degree. Now, the worst ones that you can find on Twitter, they always do worse than this. And granted, I'm pretty sure of these clips that he got, these specifically came from black Twitter. Because we don't see people amongst shitpost Twitter acting like this. Poe doesn't tweet like this, even though he does piss people off sometimes, occasionally, with black culture. I don't tweet like this. Jay doesn't tweet like this. Ma doesn't tweet like this. Christina doesn't tweet like this. Tina doesn't tweet like this. You don't tweet like this. Bloody doesn't tweet like this. Struggler doesn't tweet like this. And I'm pretty sure the majority of his account is probably one of the nexus points of black Twitter. Because black Twitter diaspora usually tends to flow through his account. Or some of the posts that he has. I have never seen or heard such egregious levels of black bill, which that'll be on top of the next subject tomorrow, because we're actually going to be watching videos from one of those people who is black billed on that, and it's a female. A female.
Wow.
A bovine creature of the female element.
Wait.
Yes.
Is it the bald woman that was like, we grew up with an entire culture group where you had the PlayStation and I had the Sega Genesis?
No.
Is it her?
I don't think so. The content creator's name in question is Rihanna, the mannequin.
Yeah, it's her.
Oh, that is?
Yeah, she's water. She fits in whatever shape you put her in. If you say that it's a geek conversation, she's got all that sassy conversation for it. If it's something else, she switches gears quick. I don't know what it is, but it's just like, how you wear this many masks?
That's interesting. Because I did not get that first feel upon watching a couple of her videos, but I guess that's something for Carl to dig into tomorrow. However,
indeed.
However, today, even in that subject matter, I've seen this kind of conversation happen all the time, and ironically enough, it happens the most whenever it happens to deal with black femme cells. So back when I had to go through a bunch of examples of kidology, which eventually led to us having the touchstone, that led to us getting to meet Bass FCZ. When I went through and did my kidology video, it was from the same era and the same pool, but none of the arguments were ever as were never as what's the one I'm looking for, volatile as these comments that I see here, specifically about the black nerd topic. Now, of course, there's always like maybe 2 or 3 posts every 2 months on a interval that will be posted up that goes You guys don't understand our experience. You guys are really bullied like that. And then it flips to the other side of the argument, which is you were nerds in school and things were cool, but you weren't bullied. You guys got mocked because you did insert really cringing thing here. And yet every single experience that I've had, not only just from my own life, but from witnessing the shit and dealing with those children, because remember, I worked for the federal government of my town, city, and state while working with the mass that I live with. So that means I was working with the same people that I was serving in the community. I have seen every single step of this, from both the inner city to the upper middle class to the hoity-toity, to people living in Section 8 housing coming in to get jobs. I don't often see this happen, but I do remember many situations where people communicated this as a part of their intake interview. And I do remember one very specific shining moment in that. It actually comes from when I first got on that job, not working with the cops, but first working my way up through the system and getting to that job position, starting off as a file clerk. Granted, that's what you had to do when you were inside the building doing a job and actually taking notes before they moved you to the government center. And then you started learning based on what they thought you had the aptitude for. Before I did any of that, my job was getting people jobs, taking in interview notes, logging down the interview notes from the people who were doing the interviews before I was allowed and given the permission to have the ability to conduct the interview myself. Another boy alongside me, he was an urban city dancer. His dance group, ironically enough, was named The Kids Next Door. And despite being a part of this crump group, he was as inner city as they got. But both of us had a job outside of that when we were not working in the government center or working inside the labor department, when we had to do a job, what we actually had to do was we had to go around the corner and down a little bit further in Victory Drive in my city to a place called the E.J. Knight Senior Center. Him and I together go there, and our job underneath a black woman was to work with the elderly, take fun and have fun with the elderly, clean the domiciles, clean the facilities, turn on the TV for them, change the channel that they want. When they deliver the food for them to be served, heat up the food, serve the food, do that job, clock in, clock out, go back to the labor department, continue doing our job. And never once did I ever feel friction between him and myself. Because both of us, technically, granted, I'd think he was a little bit more democratic than I was. My mother simply forced me to get the job because she thought it would do good to build your character. And now I have to drink to sleep with the nightmares. But I never felt like I was at quarrel with this young man. Because he was a young guy trying to figure out what he wanted to do with his life, and he had things that he was strong and felt strongly about. I had things that I felt strongly about in my life than he wanted. He was serious about rap, about rapping, and about dance. I was serious about white women. But like the point is, I was able to have conversations with him that if him and I had been a part of the same school system inside of like some kind of quarrel between either high schools or a class structure, he and I probably could have been at throats with each other. And once you removed that element of the caste system, that class, that the buying class, and that the social class imposes upon you for the purposes of talking and appearance amongst other people, there are conversations that you can have that you can't have without that element being removed, because it stops you from being able to see the other person for who they are and their own humanities on the subject matter. It was really, 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 really annoying. And ironically enough, Johnny and the chat is right. Things like that, people who behave like that, and mindsets like that, are the reason why a Mandla exists, of the Acolyte. The kind of person that believes that any person who criticizes her, oh no, they're just a bunch of racists. They're intimidated by the power of a strong black woman who can wear a leather top and dance as though she's doing the mabuka. Because you gotta understand, guys, the mabuka is how spiritual black women shake the blood out their body while throwing that coochie back. And because they called it mabuka instead of twerking, that makes it more special. And if you don't get that, you're just one of those insert raccoon trash pandas. You don't. You're an Uncle Tom, and a bunch of other bullshit that doesn't actually apply, but they say it anyways because it's not terminating cliche. And how can you have a conversation with somebody like that? Moving forward. She's going through a phase when she gets
just to throw in on that, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
I mean, you're 100% correct. I think the bigger problem is that there's an inauthenticity issue. They fear being the idea of what is blackness. And when you hear things like when Signifier talks, you feel as though this is what blackness is, complaining. Being salty. That's what's put out there. That's what he shows you. So you have no other choice but to be like Signifier. That's why you hear a lot of people like Amandala.
I was gonna say being trifling, but I don't know if that applies.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, that's pretend Ratchet, which is the worst type of Ratchet.
I find it interesting. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say if that's you, then that's cool. But if it's something you've been watching people, and you've created this particular cadence and appearance and movement, and you're just emulating people, that is the saddest thing because you can communicate 1,000 different ways, and you chose this.
I would say that it's interesting you put it that way, because is that not just black people doing the equivalent of, damn, that's a cool opinion, who'd you get it from?
You're not wrong. You are 100% correct, and that is actually pretty painful, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Feel painful indeed.
Sometimes.
I mean, half the fucking pain of going through Signifier's content is that he has a lot of nothing to say about anything. And what he does say is regurgitated from somebody else that he heard it from. Especially Khadijah Mabawe. But that one's for me and Jay to dig into. Coming soon to a Carl near you. Probably maybe next week. But when he does...
You can't do that. People gonna think you're self-centered. Nah.
God damn it, you got me giggling.
This is the content cycle, baby. Listen, the game is to be sold, not told. What do you mean? What do you mean by this?
But when it comes to dealing with Signifier's content, when he does say something of effect, it's usually not him saying it. It's usually the people he has on, because he likes to pull a panel of people that he uses like they're fucking Mega Man powers. Whenever he needs to have the power of somebody to tell him about something, he will pull somebody like Malcolm out of the ether, either because he invited them to do so, or because they came through looking for the platform. In this case, he came through looking for the platform to do it. We'll dig into that when we...
I got your power.
You're who we go to when you talk about feral women liking men that want to stick their tongue down their throats. I joke.
Listen here. Listen.
Calm down, Wings. What do you mean?
I'm sure that they will listen to you as long as they just gently pull your hair back a little bit. Just a little bit, not a lot, just enough. Just enough clumps, got enough tangle in it, and just gently pull it backwards. Just I can't do it because I don't have hair on my head right now. But just gently, just not even yakum, just a little. Say it again, baby girl.
Oh Lord!
I gotta make it. I gotta make it right. What?
Oh.
Did I learn such a technique, Carl, or am I not high level enough for that shit?
I don't think I should answer that question. Saffronet, can you answer that question?
No.
She said no.
I see where she's coming from with that one. Never mind. I already understand.
Anyways, moving forward. Or she go back to the real nigga. Okay. New people don't like us for real. And then fucking Sylvester in the corner here in his bathroom looking like he's supposed to be a joke character. Like, I get this sentiment, guys. I really do. I understand. But, Cap, you ain't been looking. And you haven't been looking hard enough. I promise you guys, you get over that inch-high barrier of ignoring the women that you wouldn't normally go for, you will find great peen and great coochie out there. Better than a woman who's trying to hold down a nail for you in shop class.
It's true.
If I can do it, you can do it. Because Lord forbid you not be able to do it and I can do it. You want this to be what beats you? People of the internet? You want this? You want this fat bastard to be the one who beats you? Be better than me.
I'm gonna say it now.
Did he lie? Did he lie?
No, no.
He gave me hope. I got hope. Maybe I too can find love.
My thing is, if you limit yourself to only people that share your shade, they may not ever be like you.
But
They may not ever appreciate you.
But I was told skin folk ain't kinfolk, so I should be bigoted and racist. I gotta find the most woke, most fat, most black woman, and I have to have 11 kids with her and 5 other women. In any particular order.
Goodness gracious.
He's not wrong. I've heard the same thing.
I mean,
what? She's not dark enough, boy. You gotta find a darker woman. It's like, sir, this woman loves me.
There'd be a minimum 1 child per woman and 6 on one of them potentially at the maximum.
No, you have to alternate them. You get like the first child can never be by the woman that you're actually in the relationship.
And then 1 woman gets the extra third.
It depends, but the first baby
like
can
average out.
The first baby can never be by the woman you're actually in a relationship with. You got to get the side chick pregnant first. Then you have to impregnate the girl you're actually dating to make sure that she doesn't figure out that you cheated on her. And then you have 3 extra in any particular order with the girl, the side chick, or another girl that you just met and you just fucked on in the club. And that's when you've committed to impregnating the 5th child into the world. That's when the blackness, it's like energy bending, but vagina. The blackness will enter through the birth canal, and through having sired multiple children, Nick Cannon will personally possess you.
Nick Cannon.
Yes, Nick Cannon.
The
patron saint. Yes, Nick Cannon, the patron saint of nigga impregnation. He will divine into your being from her womb true black culture. You'll start hearing tribal drums, and kind of like you're being possessed by something from Jumanji. The blackness will creep from the inside of her womb and envelop you like venom.
It's J.D. Walker's revenge. This man.
You'll start looking like those travel warriors from Arthur and the Invisibles.
This man just came in a room, was possessed by a spirit, and started talking in jive, and just you don't know where this energy came from. There's a ghost of a dead pimp just talking through you.
I mean, the way that I imagine
where'd you get that turban from?
Like, the way that I imagine is, like, imagine a nerdy guy, and he's just like, oh, yeah, you love this shit, don't you, bitch? Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
So it's Tom Dubois from the boot. He got possessed by Stink Meaner. What's really good?
All of a sudden he goes from am I in yet to one hand on Nick, one hand on Frimmel. Yeah, what's my name? Anyways,
never been like this before.
Anyways, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Nigga. Oh my God. Anyways,
you activated his stand, restless nappiness.
He activated his stand. The stand user Rude Boy activated his stand. Restless Whisper. Now all of a sudden you hear tribal drums everywhere. Then out of the corner of your eyes with a large boom, just open your ear. Wagwan Milan Bon Boy.
Now, being a black nerd is truly one of the most beautiful things on this planet. You have the
also, I don't know why his funny little talk sprite avatar has different hairstyles.
Because black culture is when you change your hair multiple times. Unless you cut it shaven.
Did he put shoes on?
Oh my God! She said this. She killed me, chat. I'm wearing my socks right now, but usually I'm barefoot. Oh my God!
I'm gonna say it now. Being a black nerd.
No, but his avatar has no shoes on sometimes.
So I guess it's socks. I don't know.
It's like socks or shoes.
Socks, yeah. I think it's supposed to be socks.
He has his avatar have dreads with socks when he's using the dreads, but then when it's the full afro, he's wearing fucking gray J's. If he's not barefoot, I don't know.
No, he's barefoot. I can tell there because you can see his toes. Like there's an outline of like the arch of his foot and the heel, so that has to be bare feet.
I didn't know that we were gonna get into the physiognomy of a black character avatar.
It's on the model. What do you mean?
It's played several times throughout the video.
I don't know, Safinet. What made you think about the physiognomy of the black toes of a drawn character?
I just thought it was weird that it was very inconsistent.
It kind of is. It doesn't look good.
Well, you know what it is, right? Listen, some days you again, I think Carl said it best. Dr. Jekyll.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Nigga. Oh my god. Honestly, I had no idea where she was going with the toe comment.
Of intersecting with two vastly immersive cultures, black culture and nerd culture, both so diverse and so massive that it's hard to define either one with a singular definition. However, both
black culture is when you play Tekken.
Cultures have had a historic tendency of not being
like
desired by society as a whole in the past.
I mean, I like Tekken.
I can't confirm that.
I mean, I like Tekken, but I wouldn't say that black culture is when you play fighting games exclusively. Because there's a whole reason why black guys play fighting games. And I can give you the short answer. We can debate about it if you really want to. But the short answer is, they're cheap. Fighting games are cheap. Current year fighting games will cost a lot of money. Old fighting games, they're cheap. Carl, why are old fighting games cheap? Because the people have already played them to completion. And because they're old, they decrease in value. But because they're old, that means you can go to the store back in the past. Can't do this in Biden's America. Thanks, Biden. Oh, excuse me. You're not responsible anymore. Thanks, Kamala. What are you going to do? Put me in jail and put me to the FGC farms?
You will be put into the FGC farm. You will learn how to play Stride.
My God.
This woman's got you out here playing Tekken in the fields with everybody else, just staring at the screen.
No, he'll be playing really, really bad fighting games. Like
Sonic the Fighters.
What's a freaking bad one?
Sonic the Fighters.
Sonic Fighters is good. What are you talking about? Sonic Fighters is basically Virtua Fighter. No, not Virtua Fighter. Fighting Vipers is just the same game.
I feel like it's very bare bones in my opinion.
It's just a plantation of 100 black men playing the same game all together, and it is
very bad editions of Street Fighter.
Oh, God,
it is Def Jam Fight for New York.
You're reminding me of the fact when I was on that one stream with Dev in the chat room that we had a person that was actually a part of a competitive Def Jam tournament scene where they had actual brackets for those characters and their strength. Oh my God.
Okay, why'd you have to expose me like that? I actually belong to that community.
Well, I mean, here's my question. Why the fuck is Elephant Man so high on the fucking list?
Why is it S tier?
Because we figured out that he has the highest stats in the game, even though they don't tell you what the stats are. We figured it out by playtesting decades.
And this is why that is a game that is played by too many black people. Because technically it's supposed to be a wrestling game. And at the same time, I can promise you, every single one of the biggers I played against probably played some mixture of the mixed martial arts, which gave them the ability to do instantaneous put downs, or they did have a mixture of submission moves, but they ended up with some type of like Muay Thai or karate. And they had occasional submissions because the power kicks would be a way to instantaneously put somebody down. And a bunch of those players, they just mash buttons. I know for a fact I was mashing buttons as a kid. I didn't understand what the fuck I was doing.
We were over here like scientists.
Wasn't Def Jam developed by Namco or some other company that did fighting games? I couldn't remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
Namco, was that correct?
Yes, you would be correct.
Yeah, that's why, because I looked at it, I was like, it does remind me of, like, Tekken 4 a little bit.
Besides that, imagine the picture in your mind, okay? You go to a fucking You go to an internet cafe shop. You go all the way to the back of the shop. And all the way in the back in the room where it's the hottest, with niggas crowding up against the wall, standing around like they're packed in like sardine cans and a slave ship. Just a fucking rickety-ass goddamn CRT TV being held up on a plastic fucking bench chair. And then 2 fucking pristine fight stick controllers. And over the screen, all you can see and hear droning in the room is, "You will pick up the fight stick. You will learn to OTG. You will not press buttons on wake up. You will learn the INSEC. You will learn the tech. You will learn the tech. You will not fall. You will not drop your combos." And if somebody fucks up out of nowhere in the corner of the room, comes fucking Centipede, and she's like, "Now it's time for y'all to watch me fuck another white boy again." All in the corner of the back of the room, all these niggas say something like, "Basic ain't gonna hurt me, and Basic ain't gonna catch me. He ain't finna like me, and I ain't getting hit by yo. It's a fucking demon. Bitch, eat this fucking hot oaken."
I feel like that below at the beginning of the room, you as his covenant around you.
And then in the corner, then somewhere in the corner of the room, there's a fucking blow-up doll of fucking Sonic Fox. And occasionally when a person loses, they gotta walk up to the corner, and it's like, "Rehearse the combo." Like, I don't want to rehearse the combo again. Out of somewhere, fucking Black Rule smacks them back in the leg. Ah! And all of them are forced to wear sweatpants and or short-cut leg basketball shorts. Specifically because you can't cover your fucking legs. Right in the corner, right in the back of the knee. Smack! Ah! You will either learn the combo, or I'll hit you where you dropped it.
Oh,
This is awful. This is disgusting.
that actually sounds like that sounds frightening.
It
It's
sounds
a frightening visual.
It sounds like a really funny joke that never got made on fucking Key and Peele or any other sketch show for that matter.
I was just about to say, this sounds like an unused Key and Peele sketch.
I don't think they play video games like that for real. But you know,
They're not real gamers.
That'd be funny.
Not real gamer.
I just need Signifier to come out and go, "This is us. We could be free. Just send me your Cash App. Come on, brother."
Put
Even
the dollar in the
nerds will
hat.
often stereotype as socially awkward, introverted individuals, which in turn opens them up to ostracism, and in the case of adolescents and childhood environments, bullying. And I don't think I need to
okay, so he says that, but we're gonna go back and look at the associated image he puts on that particular clip.
introverted individuals, which in turn opens them up to ostracism. And
So you showed a clip of Irwin, and in showing a clip of Irwin from Billy and Mandy, you invalidated the entire argument. Because what did Irwin's bitch simp ass do throughout the entirety of the fucking series?
So, Chase, Mandy.
Chase, a fucking deranged, lunatic, megalomaniac of a woman. It's little girl, technically. Little girl. Saying, "Oh my god, I love you so much, Mandy. Please marry me."
See, Carl, you gotta finish that. You gotta finish your breakfast. What happens at the end of that? They travel to the future, and he is ripped.
He is ripped.
And Mandy is dumpy.
Fat. She is fat and surrounded by memorabilia. And they're locking tongues. And it's the only thing that makes her physically return to being evil. Because she naturally started liking him. And it required that to break her into pieces so that she could return to who she was. What did Cartoon Network mean by this? And why did they show up again in Baki the Grappler? And why did they show up again in Baki the Grappler?
It did! Biscuit Oliver.
God, they did!
This is my wife. Hi.
This is my beautiful wife. Like, well, the thing is, like, Maria, she was like throwing cigarettes at him and stuff. Like, she was actually mean, though.
But he was like, "But I love her." I got flashbacks to that exact moment. I was like, "What did Cartoon Network mean by this? Could you explain that to me in a PowerPoint?"
Maxwell Adams, what did you mean by this?
I need Maxwell to write a song to this. I need him to do it.
in the case of adolescents and childhood environments, bullying. And I don't think I need to explain the ways in which society does not desire blackness nor black people.
Okay, you say that, but you're putting a clip of Will Smith on the screen, accepting an award when his dumbass should have been dragged out in handcuffs. All because he acted out because he looked over at his wife when he was laughing and clapping at humor, and she was not happy. And so he hit another celebrity.
He got told.
He hit another celebrity and got banned from the award show in the career field he is a part of. Wasn't it 10 years? 5 years, 10 years?
Yes, for 10 years. They'll probably reduce it, but yeah, it's 10 years.
For good behavior. They're gonna bring back another clip. This time in the next Bad Boys film, they're gonna make that motherfucker go through a 550 V1. You're gonna find out that he plays video games on the internet, and it's fucking John Wick that he's playing with. He's gonna have the most deranged fucking name. He's gonna have the most deranged name, and for fucking John Wick's name, it's gonna be something like Beagle Lover 562. All of a sudden, he's like, hold on, hold on, Big Dad. I know a friend. And out of nowhere, Keanu Reeves. Hello, my name is Beagle Lover 352. I brought the.
I'm just.
He'll be like,
I'm just saying.
Walk to the fucking scene, all shit.
Okay,
shit.
Carl.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I have to ask you this question.
Yes.
He puts up the clip of Will Smith, the most accepted black dude in all of America. Right? If we want to play the game, let's play it all the way. You pulled up a picture of Will Smith, the most accepted, beloved, and respected black actor in all of America.
And China.
30 running.
And China.
Yeah, because they let him be on the front of his films, right? Like the Chinese are okay with him being on the front covers of his films. Okay, he's beloved across the globe, right? How is that not being accepted when he was at his weirdest, most down bad, broken moment? Like, your wife just sent you up there to go get another man told because he made a joke that you laughed at, and she was just like, nah. You need to show that you're a tough man. So he emotionally got catfished, and this is unacceptable.
I was gonna say like gaslit, but.
Oh.
I mean, if we had to get into that then gets into the entanglements. The entanglements of you fucking the friend of your younger son, and you basically making your daughter and your mother sit there next to their grandchildren and witness you basically suck the soul out of your husband, but not that way. That is probably some of the most
videos on it.
That is yes. I was there for those recordings.
Yeah, so it's hard to watch.
That was that's like watching 88mm raw. Just like you ain't seen it before, they took the memory right out of you. Go watch this Nicolas Cage movie, 88mm. Go watch it, the uncut version. Oh, what was it? I can't remember off the top of my head. It's 8mm.
But I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. You gotta watch it with no memories. You gotta just go watch it. Just sit down with it. The unabridged version, and you just have to deal with that. It's torture. Okay. You're just like, what? Right. What? No, this is horrifying. No.
There's not enough time in this video for it. That's not to say things haven't changed in recent years. Hell, in many aspects, liking nerdy content is seen as cool amongst a good majority of the public.
If you like Miles Morales.
From Star Wars to anime to video games, hell, to even comic books. A lot of this type of content that traditionally would have been considered too nerdy 20 years ago is now widely accepted by mainstream culture and society.
If you like the mainstream culture shit that they decide is mainstream culture.
This is a great and beautiful.
And if you push back, you're not a true nerd, and you're not a black person. You're just a misogynist chud.
Okay.
Fucking, I don't like it. I don't like when people say
misogynoir.
People just accept it. Yes.
Accepted by mainstream culture and society, which is a great.
Like everybody likes Star Wars. That was always the thing. It wasn't solely a nerd thing. Everybody liked it.
But
you have to understand.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Carl.
No. We were both on the same. No. I've talked enough. You should be heard.
I'm just gonna be honest. The idea of the mainstream concept is now you don't get pushed and mushed over it. You're not getting mushed upside your head for loving Star Wars. You're not getting trounced in the hallways for liking anime. You're not getting beat up in the streets for liking comic books, because now everybody accepts it. Meg Thee Stallion loves it. She watches One Piece too.
Dude, I got mad at people saying like, "Oh, she's elevating it." No, she's not.
She's denigrating.
She's not giving anything new. She's just being a fucking sellout.
Well, she's riding the wave. But the idea is she's riding the wave. The idea is that they didn't accept it until it became mainstream. Now it's everybody's like, yeah, we all black nerds now. It's like, no. The prototypes were the originals. We were the real ones. Because, I mean, let's be honest. I'll be the first one to tell it. When I was in high school, I was a black nerd before it was cool. And the unfortunate part is that, you know, sometimes you would probably get mushed, but, you know, the ones that would mush most of the nerd kids had to take the gambit of, you know, he is black, so, you know, he could fight. So I don't know if I really want to take that. I don't want to get beat up by an anime nerd. I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to do that.
We start doing.
I think when you're a woman, it's a little bit. When you're a woman, it's a little bit different. Dudes don't really go out of the way to mess with you like that unless they're really assholes.
Oh, that's just cat. They just cat you. They just do the catty thing, yeah.
Yes. And the black women, they savagely...
Most of them do, it's just like, yo, you're weird.
I mean, that's because there's no way that you can be able to say things to a black nerd that is female as a black male and not expose yourself. What the fuck are you finna do? Bitch, that's the reason why your ass don't like real shit. You sit there watching old episodes of Yokai Watch when you should have been watching fucking Cardcaptor Sakura. Walk away down the hall and like, did this nigga just say he watches Cardcaptor Sakura? And the next thing is like, you can feel the wind moving as it's range, the windmill, boy! Because you can't.
I'm just saying.
You can't.
Because again.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a Superman cape thing. Now bring your ass back here. You ain't leaving. Come on, bro. Come on back. No. You thought you was gonna slide with that, didn't you?
Like in my wallet.
You just outed yourself.
Where's my wallet? 1 second. In my wallet, right? It's on my fucking desk. It's black, so it blends in. Here's another one. Why the fuck do we all sit in the goddamn darkness? We blend in this bitch. The only reason I can see my hand is because I'm light skinned. Anyways. In my wallet. Turn on the fucking overhead so people can see it. In my wallet, I have two things that sit between me and my social security card. One of them is Pioneer Edition Illuminate Animation 1998 minted Trigun holograph card for Vash Stampede. And the other one, number 3 Incredible World of DIC, the French animation company, Sailor Moon Prismatic Trading Card with a animation from the episode translation for Schoolmates. Schoolmates Melvin, Molly, and Serena love to meet at the mall. Melvin may be a bit of a nerd and can sometimes have a big mouth, but he is also extremely smart and often helps the girls with their studies. He also has alternating crushes on Serena and Molly. And if you actually notice, this is exactly the thing that I requested for some fan art back in the past that I actually have as an emoticon in the server as well as on Twitch, and we're working on getting it for YouTube because I need to resize it.
I like Melvin.
But like, yes, he's good. For the fucking amount of fucking male side character representation you got on whole girl-centered shows. For me, even having that, I would immediately be targeted as a roast target because they wouldn't give a fuck about fucking Vash Stampede. But they would turn there and say, nigga, is that a car from Sailor Moon? And they'd be on my ass. There's no way to refer and talk to to essentialize into the negress spirit of anime without outing yourself and potentially getting lit up by the males until it was okay and acceptable to do so because you were watching the same shows. And for the men, the way that they chopped at each other for this is not the way that they chopped at the women. And the way that the women chopped at each other, oh my fucking god. The fucking porn shit was probably the worst part.
That's savagery.
It's disgusting.
The porn shit was the worst part for the females. I witnessed those conversations. They came for throats, bro.
That porn part.
Yeah.
Okay, I need context for this. Like,
Okay, do you want to take this one, or do you want me to take this one?
You want to explain it, or do you want me to explain it?
Cause I didn't know she wasn't initiated that like that. Okay, fuck. Shit. So, the black women amongst anime watchers. So you know how we occasionally like to rib you for your love of Bastard?
yeah, because I'm the only like probably black woman fan of it. Maybe.
So you've never heard of a Fujoshi, huh?
I know what Fujoshis are.
So
Do not speak the dark magic to me.
Within the deep recesses of black anime fandom, there is a subsection contingency of those that have been channeling the darkest of urges, pulled directly from Faku and Key Anime. Is that what that hentai site was called? Key Anime? KeyAnime.com.
Yes.
From Forge!
Oh,
oh my god. I need a hammer sound effect.
People use hentai, my dude.
In the new age, yes, but no. We're going back to the past, where these women like to fucking suck and fuck ass. I need a Smith sound. I need a hammer pounding anvil sound FX. Let's get this. I need a blacksmith sound effect real quick. Let me go ahead and find one real quick, and yeah, there we go. That'll work. Force in the deep recesses of female ingenuity, down in the pits where you can only find some real direct shit. The black girls were in them fucking sheets. Anything and everything. They were watching it, they were fapping to it, and when we tried to ask them out some shit, they came to us, and we were scared. Demons. Demons.
Does this have to do with like NTR or anything like
No.
that?
No.
All of it.
All of it.
They were consuming it at a high level. It's like a sieve. They didn't care what came through it. They were just like, download, read, interesting. Download, read, interesting. That's 7 hours gone. I finished the whole series.
There's a reason why.
I usually review the stuff I looked at. I look at the tags. I'm like, no, it's not for me.
It's great you brought
you're
that
selective.
up.
No.
Oh no, you selective. It's right you brought it up. Because do you know why fanfiction.net or .com has so many women that are familiar with the stories and how good those fanfictions of those fandoms and canons are? Do you know why so many women know that? You know why. So I want you to understand. I don't want you to look me in the eyes. Look me in the eyes through the internet, Sephiroth. Okay? Just focus on your microphone. I want you to stare into your microphone. All right? Look me in the internet through the eyes. Are you about to sit here and say to me that these black women were not fairly unhinged?
I mean, I agree. I mean, I think I need to remember what specific fandoms they were a part of.
All of
because
them.
like
They were all of them. Like again, I'm gonna tell you a real quick thing. I had never heard of an anime called Bible Black. Until a woman was like, I have this CD that I have burned. This thing looked like it had been through massive use.
Use?
Like this thing had been. You ever seen a mixtape in somebody's car that you know has probably been on the seat and been in the back seat, been on the floor of the car? It's got scratches on it, but it still plays.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
A well-loved CD, a well-loved mixtape, a well-loved VCR, a well-loved Betamax if they burnt it on Betamax. They were connoisseurs, Saf. Connoisseurs. And in their connoisseurs,
Prototype.
in their connoisseurs, The reason, in the past, around 1994, actually my generation, my graduating class, we would talk to them, and they would talk to us, and then they'd say something, and we'd be like, huh? What's that? And a little gleeful smile would start folding across their face. Come back to my house later on. They bring us up to their bedroom. We walk past their parents. And then we see, and if we were lucky/unlucky, experience things that weren't so much soul-snatching as it was soul-mortifying. Because they didn't just do what people have speculated men do with porn on the regular as an addiction. When I say
That's a lifestyle.
When I say they studied it, they studied the porn. They studied the porn. They studied the porn.
I study it for analytics. What the heck?
Well, okay. So, Saf, I'm gonna help you just a little bit. So, what you have now, which is a connoisseur's taste, I don't like this particular tag. I don't care for it. I'm going to just move right past it. This was the feast or famine period of anime, right? And manga and all of that. So they were just consuming it as they got it. You're talking doujins, ecchi, downloaded from like the old sites like Faku. These are like 40 to 100 page books, just scans. They're learning parts of the language to be able to decipher it like the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Whoa.
They are consuming it in a way that we were never. Again, they crawled, so you could run. They were consuming this at high levels. Where do you think the people have the tags? They created the tags because they've been there that long.
They got tired.
They were prophesizing the thirst impact.
No.
Well,
yes,
they
well,
basically
yes.
they
Fuck. They don't know.
They were learning. They were trying this out in real life.
Like,
oh my God.
They were going through the tags and they said, damn it, I need to have these things when I need to bust a nut. I'm going to start regulating these tabs and listing them by type. And then I'm going to start categorizing. I'm going to start with one category to fit them all together. Then I'm going to start getting really specific about it. So when we start seeing tags that say mind break, mind meld, pregnancy scans, x-ray insemination, x-ray internal, hand holding, dark skin, light skin, aggressive, NTR soft boy, NTR bastard, NTR lover boy, every single racial delineation, every circumstance, and every scenario you can imagine, they are the ones that made the tags. And because they were watching before there were subtitles, they were doing so both with the original Japanese releases, as well as the OVA releases, as well as the really badly dubbed Americans. And they were still getting their nut in. And the black ones, unlike the white ones, who didn't have to necessarily go all the way into it, because for them, they could still have fan fiction, the normal kind of fan fiction, like Harry Potter. No. The black girls, they didn't like reading them fucking books and stories. They weren't into that shit. The young adult book series that were targeted for girls, like Twilight and fucking The Hunger Games and Divergent, and book series like that, where ones like the Vampire Chronicles of Vladimir Todd and Sprout, and that's another one off the top of my head, An Abundance of Catherines, were written for the young male populace, even if they didn't know that Sprout was a book about a gay teen. They did not capture the mind of those girls. They didn't care about American history literature. So they were watching and reading the Japanese porn because they didn't like most of the fucking old porn, and they didn't like most of the old video games and the old anime, because most of them were manga-based series, and most of the manga-based series back then were shonen. There weren't many there weren't many josei. There weren't many shoujo. There was not many crossovers. Yep. There was not many slices of life that were not basically copy cutters of fucking Clanad. They didn't want hand holding. They wanted the fucking kind of animation that when you're looking at it, the dick don't even leave the fucking silhouette cut. It's just in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. And I know the one that I'm speaking of because it was an Evangelion edit. It was weird. It was like one that was an entire bukkake party. These women horrified some of us, and that half of the reason that a lot of us were scared of them because all of a sudden, yes, be a young black male. You go over to the crib of a woman your age. You meet her parents. She takes you up to her bedroom. She pops in one of these fucking videos. And while looking at the screen, repeating the words exactly, you're over there wondering, what the fuck am I about to get into? And then she is on top of you. And she hits you. She gets real up close into your ear. Especially if she happens to be a nerd with braces. She gets real close up into your ear. Okay? Real up in there. And I want to do some experiments. What you finna do with me?
Well, we were at home watching Dragon Ball. They were watching Dragon Ball, the other one, the other.
I just watched Dragon Ball on Toonami. What are they watching?
The old Dragon Ball
X Sailor Moon.
They're watching the old Dragon Ball. Sometimes they were watching it to the original Dragon Ball, and in the opening credits between the next episode, Dada Fatty Balls, Dada Fatty Dragon Balls, petrified.
Telling you, they walked. I don't like that, so I'm gonna pick at it. No. They changed the game.
So I was just more selective about this stuff in general because, like, I was just picky about like stuff I like, and I was trying to figure myself out at the same time.
I love it.
And I would just review the stuff, and I'm just like, it's kind of boring. It's kind of like I didn't like yaoi at all because like all the girls that I knew were really heavily into it. And they explain
you mean the princess people. Yeah. No, the thing is I always tell people there's two sides to that story. I've met both. There's the Fujoshis, and they're a specific type. We just lump everybody into that, but there's a whole breakdown. And
so the princess type, do they mean the ones that are sheltered and they never seen this stuff before and then they heavily obsess over it?
There's two groups. There's the Fujoshis. They like BL novels.
Yeah, I know.
And then you've got the other half. They love girl novels.
Yuri?
Yes, they love the girl love novels. They are all about that. They don't want nothing else over there on that other side. They get wild. They're feral about it.
One side loves Boku no Pico. The other side loves kisses.
Mm-hmm. They are, and both are dangerous. They will lure you over.
See, the problem with the fucking Yuri lovers is that they don't like girl on girl. If they liked girl on girl, they would just go watch a josei series and get it over with.
Mm-hmm.
They like the idea of what works them up to wanting a softer boyfriend that approaches them like a female so they can be the top. They were the first pink pillars. Now, the blacks didn't necessarily do this. Because for transgenderism, that became more popular closer towards 2016, as you got more energy picking up through fucking Tumblr. Because ironically enough,
I was gonna say 2014. I think I was gonna say 2014. It was more pivotal around that point, and then it snowballed from there.
Yeah, enough Tumblr.
Yes, but amongst the black females, some of them would have blogs dedicated to their love of the things that they wanted to do. That's why a lot of those blogs, especially ones that were centered on the idea of exactly what I just described with the tags, they would have shrines dedicated to the scenes, to the hentai, sometimes to the IRL porn, sometimes to gonzo porn. So not even scripted, but just two people in a room
like,
on tape.
You mean like the sin blogs that almost everybody had?
No.
That thing?
No. I don't know if that's the word for it as a sin blog, but the kind that I'm thinking of is basically them describing various and showing various ways that they want to be manhandled, sucked, fucked, and filled. Like a cinnamon roll.
Weren't they also like kind of feminists also for some reason?
I don't know about the
like
black ones, but I know the white ones were. And ironically, the white ones were the ones that loved that loved that fetish the most. Anywho, this is a long segue to say, black nerds. Some, they did not know how to talk to them. Some of them were scared to talk to them because the one time they went over to their crib to study, they learned a lot more than anatomy.
Mm-hmm. Very quickly.
Well, I didn't think I had that issue particularly.
God help those poor souls.
Like, of course, I couldn't have any guys come over to my house, but the guys I interacted with at school, they weren't scared to talk to me because I was just like a fan of anime. I just treated it like as a normal thing. And like, I was probably the only one in my, I guess, quote unquote anime club that wasn't into yaoi. I liked hentai, but I never vocally said that in public because, of course, there's a time and place, and because I was still kind of
new.
I wouldn't say new, but I guess I was a little bit more sensible about the subject. Like, I didn't bring that stuff up at school.
Well, I suppose the boys would never thank you, but I will thank you on behalf of those young men in the past that you never cankered them.
Cankered them?
I don't even want to know what that means.
I think it means like Ed and Eddie.
Canker sisters.
Sisters.
They got.
Yeah,
the Ed boys were getting raped, bro. The Ed boys were getting raped. Ed and Edward the N-word were getting raped by trailer track girls frequently.
God.
And people were like, where were they when I was at school?
No, brother. I don't think that's.
Oh no.
I know.
Honesty, no.
I know that a bunch of people were all for like the emo goth sister of the Canker sisters, but I need you to understand all of them were baddies. If we're going by actual standards, all of them were baddies. And these women frequently raped these men. Frequently.
That last episode gave it away.
And the worst part is that in any other context, if it was not a series specifically being written about the ideas of being a kid in the 70s, growing up and just going through some shit in your neighborhood cul-de-sac, these boys would have been frequently dating them as a character standard. You would have seen the blossoming of each relationship between I'm forgetting the name of the redhead Canker sister.
Lee. It was Lee. Marie was the
dark-haired one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the other one, the May, was the blonde one.
Correct.
Yeah.
Lee, Marie, and May, Canker. All of them would have been dating their particular Ed boy, specifically because of an element of their characteristics that would have got them fucking hot and running. Lee would have been all over fucking Eddie because he's a man about business, and she likes men that clearly go get shit. For May, I'm not quite sure. You could go either fucking way, but because they prototyped her as, quote, the slow and dumb one, she would have been all over Edward the N-word.
Dude, like, wasn't there like in the episode where they were trying to stay away from him with reverse psychology, and it kind of implied that she was giving him the Gok 3000, like in the background.
That is correct, actually.
Mm-hmm.
You were 100% correct.
Correct.
Actually.
This sneaky little buddy.
That was a flashback, but all right.
Gonna take you back to the past and take you all around the corner, and it'll give you some ass. Anyways,
would have been considered too nerdy 20 years ago is now widely accepted by mainstream culture and society, which is a great and beautiful thing.
I don't like it. I don't like when people say shit like, oh, people just accepted nerdiness because 20 years ago it would have been considered bad. Nigga, no, it's still considered bad. Walk around the inner city that is wearing fucking Akatsuki clothes, people are going to fucking mock you and try to burn the shit. And boy, is that shit expensive. Probably less now.
Expensive.
Probably less now because I guess of the prime central figure of what was considered the big three during my graduating class. It would have been Dragon Ball Z, Naruto Shippuden, and then insert other battle anime here. It was always a rotating list. It was never about
probably Bleach. It was probably Bleach then, because that was
popular. It was a rotating list. The third one. This is not a case example of the big three that are recognized in anime. This is not Dragon Ball, Naruto, One Piece, or Dragon Ball, One Piece, and another anime. It was a rotating list of the seasonal shit that was coming up throughout. That when they stopped showing Naruto and they were waiting for Naruto Shippuden, in between the time period for Full Metal Alchemist and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, it was always a rotating list of a battle anime or some type of slice of life anime that everybody was fucking watching and consuming. It was always a rotating list. It always changed. It was where we started coming up with the word of recency bias. Because every single time they would tell you about an anime that they saw that just so happened to premiere recently, and they acted like, oh bro, I found this underground shit. Nigga, this is not underground. Everybody knows about it.
That's Tsunami, bro. What do you mean? Like, we all saw the same thing.
And, like, when it comes to Toonami, the fact of the matter is there are so many people that basically, if there was no Toonami, they would have never been in anime. So the only reason they got exposed to it is because a bunch of fucking white hipsters on Williamsburg Street decided, yeah, let's go ahead and put this into the Cartoon Network block for 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. And what do we hear every single time? Where is the fucking theme song for fucking Yu Yu Hakusho? There's 2 specific shows, depending on when it was.
Smile Bomb?
No. Well,
Dr.
yes.
Smile Bomb?
Yes, Smile Bomb. I'm trying to remember the lyrics.
Smile Bomb and like Rock the Dragon.
Well, I don't know for the furthest ones because there was a time period in my state where we had Viz anime on a frequency 2 channels higher before they made it into a digital premium service. Those were the real best days. That's where I got to watch Fushigi Amiyuki from start to finish. Fushimi Amiyuki! The fucking forbidden story! From start to... This shit's fucking long! But anyways... Either it was... Or...
Inuyasha, yeah.
Oh, Inuyasha. Like, that was like the fangirl favorite.
Of course! Bitches went crazy for Secret Sorrow!
Yeah, so you gotta understand, like that was enough battle shonen to get the boys invested, but it was more of a deep now, whole ass. It was a shoujo. It was the half and half.
They tricked us.
It was the perfect half and half.
They fucking tricked us. And the weird part was that we accepted it. It's like, hey, yo, Inuyasha actually kind of popping some shit. Yes, beat that nigga's ass. Yes, exactly. Go get your man. Go get your man. What the fuck? Why am I cheering for Kagome? They tricked us.
Go get your man, Kagome.
And then Moroku was dogging. And then Moroku at the end of the series is dogging the shit out of the fucking the ninja. Just babies on babies on babies on babies on babies.
He was like, Ren, listen. I don't age, but I'll wait. that man was like, I want 17 children, all of them.
Not to mention the little girl that was the vassal retainer to Shishomaru. Oh my god, the fucking fan fiction that they wrote about her and the boomerang woman that I'm forgetting the name of.
I think it was Sango.
Yes, Sango.
You're talking about Moroku and Sango. Yeah.
Yeah, like I remember like the fan art that they made when they made her like an adult, and then like what was I'm trying to remember. Like as soon as she became an adult, Shishomaru, he started having all these lustful feelings. Or something like I read in some fan fiction a long time ago. It's like, oh, she's an adult. I could smell her womanly scent.
See,
I can't control myself.
What I tell you.
That's what they wrote.
See,
I know.
See, she said she didn't know, but she did know. You did know. You lied. I'm joking.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, no, I get you, but I'm just saying, like, you just exposed yourself a little bit.
It's fine. It's fine.
I was just like, wow, this is
It's fine.
this
It's
stuff
fine.
is wild.
It's fine.
Crazy.
It's fine. They don't like anime. They don't like, quote, nerdiness. Though nerdiness is not the problem. It was a bit of social anxiety matched with you look uncomfortable, matched with we're not familiar with it, and because we're not familiar with it, we're going to inherently mock it by nature, because we don't identify with things that we're not currently engaged in until somebody who's attractive makes us feel like we should engage in it. Because, oh, Clyde likes it. I don't like Sylvester, but Clyde likes it, so I should probably watch Demon Slayer. Oh my god, I'm so like Nezuko. And it's just a fucking character. I saw a girl wearing fucking a Nezuko outfit as a bikini. Too much skin. Too much skin. Too much skin.
But let's be real. I'd be lying if I said being labeled a nerd, especially in some black spaces, still doesn't have some negative baggage attached to it. For some, it's still widely used as a pejorative. This, combined with all the ways that nerds have been historically portrayed in media on screen.
There's the clip. There's the clip that we were talking about before the show started. Listen, guys. I know what you're thinking of, but I understand if you have the opinion that you think Max Goof is black, I need you to imagine that the voice that comes out of his mouth is Frankie Muniz, okay? He's not black.
I think it's another guy who I forget his voice actor's name, but he also was Kovu in
Yes, he
Sims
was.
Pride. Yeah, and that's another furry awakening for, like, I want to say the white crowd specifically.
I would say that it was the awakening of them to start looking at the ratty head fucking black metal band members, because they started, what did they call them? Ratmen? Fucking lanky ass ratmen? That they have fucking no muscle mass and no bones in their body. But yes, this is my man, I love him. Why? Because he sounds like Corpse Husband when I make him mad.
Ew.
I don't know, bro. Sometimes I say that people got weird tastes, but being into a lanky type of guy that would not be your type physically, but you're into their voice, this is some Dinky Gone Clinic shit.
I mean, I like lanky guys too. I mean, I've been with one, and because he was how did Aisha Erotica put it?
But the question, Saf, is would you only be into him if he had a really deep voice and you specifically pissed him off to make him have angry sex with you?
No.
Well, that's what these women did!
It's no surprise that someone identifies as one.
I mean, I was gonna like make a thing about, like, wasn't Jay made a comment about like being into Sam Hyde or something?
I mean, he's
Jay
a
being
big boy.
into Sam Hyde?
Or she's I
cannot. Was it in this video?
No, not in this video. It was like a tweet she made or something.
Now you got me questioning whether or not she's into Sam Hyde. Oh my god. Anywho.
Insecurity when in the presence of those who don't necessarily share that identity. Combine this with our racist media that already has a monolithic view on black people, it can be extremely frustrating and take a huge toll.
The monolithic view of black people, told by two men that are about to talk about black people like a monolith.
In other words, yeah, being a black nerd is awesome, but for some it can still hurt. This usually presents your average black nerd with two.
Here we go, chat. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Very ready. Ready. Ready.
Choices. There's choice number one, the path of light.
Here you go, chat. This is the path of light. This is what you do. This is what a healthy person does.
When a blerd takes the path of light, they decide to rally against anti-blackness. They recognize that the way the world treated them as a child was horrible, and instead of perpetuating it back and wallowing in defeat, will join other blerds in the fight to make the overall community more inclusive for those like us.
I want you to remember that exact phrasing that he just used. Black nerds don't wallow in self-pity. They make this space better for the community. I want you to remember that he said that, because you need to remember what he's going to define the community as. We'll talk about it when we get there. Like-minded bigots? Because y'all some like-minded bigots. Hey, if you don't believe it, chat, I got an example for you to see. Fucking Diary of a Negro.
Cool. And so, where did you stand on this?
For those that cannot read that because it's either too big or too small on the screen, that is that is a window that says "Flies in the Milk," a discussion about internalized anti-blackness, which came from FT Signifier's other channel, Signified B-Sides, and the red text there is pointing to the name of the individual who's going to introduce himself in a second as Paradigm Shift. I want you to pay very close attention to every word that he's about to say.
So I know I don't have a lot of time. There's a lot of lore. I'm gonna try to speed through it as fast as possible. I have grown up in so many different environments around the idea and the identity of Black people. So I'm gonna just piece off a couple of events and see if that builds up a good case for me. I think that we are all quite aware that a lot of Black people participate in a lot of cool behavior. I'm just saying it out loud, straight and forward, foremost.
A lot of Black people participate in coon behavior. They are race traitors. Why? Why, Malcolm?
We don't have the time, and I understand what ends up happening here. I understand.
We don't have the time to talk about it. Why don't we have the time to talk about it, Malcolm?
We have a larger understanding that all Black people are different. Black people have different ideas, different likes, different dislikes. But there comes a time where, with the age of the internet and the age of we grew up with Smash Bros. And we grew up with we grew up in underprivileged communities where we had to make our own fun. There are points in times where I felt, damn, I don't fit in with these people, and they look just like me. They would call me when I was younger, Chinese. You were an Oreo. You had good vocabulary. There's always a differentiator being brought to me. I never thought about my Blackness as being the reason behind it. Skipping forward, I became a teacher, and I started to recognize that the same issues that I was dealing with as a child, children have always been dealing with. There's always a room to fit in beyond your likes and dislikes, and it is.
I didn't have the ability to connect to people in my youth, so I became a teacher, and I started using the kids to see myself in the kids, pause, and then used how these kids felt to justify why I couldn't find myself in my youth, so I found that myself in the youth of these kids, pause, and used it to then say why the whole Black community are actually capping for whiteness. More on that in a second.
Set upon you by your experiences. I'm sorry to say this, but if you and a white child are raised, if a Black child and a white child are raised the exact same way, their lives still won't be the same, because you are going to hit a wall, hit a person that's going to tell you, hey, I don't want to loan you this house. I don't want to do this. And for me, it's at that point, if you know that one of those people exists, whether they're outwardly racist, inwardly racist, just don't like, anybody under a certain shade, for you to participate in any behavior that aligns with that methodology, that aligns with that ideology, it pisses me off.
The ideology of existing in the world and coming across a racist that says, excuse me, sir, I'm not going to sell you my house because your skin is 56 shades lighter than my daughter's. This is when you call up the Better Business Bureau and yes, hello, would you like to make a fuckload of money over a person who's committing a federal crime? Why would you? Why would I? Would you? Would I? Would you? And you take him to fucking court. We haven't even gotten through half of it. He just basically said, listen, bro, if two people were treated the exact same, Black people will still be bigoted against because they don't like niggas. Now, let me explain why niggas don't like me. Does anybody have anything they want to say before I press play again so far about the opinion? Especially if you've already watched the video.
I mean, I've already watched the video, and I think I was going to bring this up later, but when he said coon behavior, I'm assuming that what they mean is they don't share the same, I guess, pro-Black opinions, or that because they hang around other ethnic groups that aren't all Black, and thus it leads to Black people dating outside their race, which these people consider a grave sin and a complete betrayal of what they stand for or what you're supposed to stand for.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember there was either a tweet, or it had to be a tweet from a long time ago, and I don't know if you guys have seen it, of it was a Black guy or a Black woman being upset that Black women were dating white nerds and going to conventions with them. And the pictures they were posting, it was of interracial couples, black woman, white man, and they're all smiling in the pictures. And I'm like, so you're miserable, and you're just saying that these people are betraying you because they're happy with somebody that's not Black.
Yes.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
Well, they're incels. That's what they mean. They're incels. They can't find a partner amongst their chosen group of their particular fetish, which is other Black identitarians that hate whitey. So when they see a queen or a king out there with a Chelsea or a Natasha, or a Ravana hanging off their arm, they look at themselves and say, Jinquaria, why doesn't Raymond want to fuck me? My ass is fatter than hers. And yet they don't see anything else other than that skin color. Whereas he sees basically the only person who might have approached him when every other black person treated him like he was nothing. And still liked him regardless of it. And stuck with him to go to that thing. Especially if he's white. Because boy, do white women love black men, and boy, do black women love white men.
Mm-hmm.
Jungle fever.
My big concern was at the end of all that was, why are you this mad because somebody else decided to make a different decision?
Because black people are a monolith. Even though they're supposed to have different experience, they are supposed to still retain the power as a monolith, because only as a group can we divest power like it's the power of one, two, and many. If you dissolute the power by putting your penis in a race other than black, you disseminate that power into them. That's why they don't like white women being with black men. We pump our soul into these women, and thus the women steal our soul from us. It's like a spiritual reserve of tribal energy. They're stealing this tribal secrets as they steal our seed, or some such shit.
You're stealing our semen. Oh no!
That gets me every time.
You can't be that dumb. Like, if people are calling you out on behavior...
I forgot. I paused it into them. No, you hear this whole thing in its whole context.
Whether they're outwardly racist, inwardly racist, just don't like, anybody under a certain shade, for you to participate in any behavior that aligns with that methodology, that aligns with that ideology, it pisses me off, because you can't be that dumb. Like, if people are calling you out on behavior and nobody ever calls you out before, maybe it's time for retrospect.
Now, when you hear that the first time, you might think, well, what if he's just talking about, you somehow went past the Winn-Dixie line, and you're in the south of Georgia, and you happen to roll up to some place near the Andalusia South, and you don't hear the dueling banjos. You see a bunch of cars that are wearing the actual flag of the Confederacy, not the cross, not the Dixie. That's the rebel flag. If you have never seen the original flag of the Confederacy, what many people say is a part of their history, I want you to Google the real flag of the American Confederacy. And I want you to know that is what they think of. They believe that if you experience life and you naturally occur against even the lightest of prejudice, they take it as, what, are you fucking blind? Do you not see the racism all around you, brother? Do you not see the raindrops falling over our heads? They are pushing us into the soil where we cannot sprout our wisdom. What is wrong with you, my brother? That's how they see it. They see you as dumb.
And I'd like to ask you a question, actually. Do you feel...
And this, of course, is where he then asks him, how has he felt that he's been heard correctly on the issue? I'm just going to skip past it because we want to hear him talk.
It's not a criticism of you. It's more of a criticism of myself, and it reflects, I think, on all of us.
And that's why I said what I just said at the beginning of the video and what I'm going to say afterwards. Because he says that, and he asks some questions about whether or not, what he asked him is, does he feel like he's been seen and heard in the conversation? And he doesn't say it as a criticism of him, but specifically as a criticism of himself, because...
And then, a handful of, a decent amount of people are clearly reflecting how I feel about, the whole of the situation, at least the parts I've spoken of. So overall, I don't know, 60-40?
I bring that up because it's not a criticism of you, it's more of a criticism of myself, and it reflects, I think, on all of us. I feel like we be engaging with a lot of goofies. I feel like...
So normal people are now goofies because...
I feel like people...
Normies, they're goofies.
Yes.
They will hear black people all say the same shit through a different lens. I grew up in a white neighborhood, but I still understood that I wasn't accepted by them. I grew up in Harlem. I was the smart nerd kid who always was interested in this, that, and the other. I completely understand, like, But there's a level of obtuseness that I think is happening in this conversation. And I know how dumb it is for like us to go now back to, well, it's the way we're having the conversation. I've dealt with this before on Twitch. I've dealt with this before on YouTube. I think I'm not gonna say you're much older than me, but you were around for the Jerry Purple drink, the Adpocalypse, the King Batch moving from Vine, getting the money, selling out. We've had these conversations.
So, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Vine, Instagram, effectively, Musically, now TikTok. I've had people intentionally act retarded on microblogging websites where people like to act retarded because they have horrible worldviews and bad personal opinions. Oh, you see? Oh, do you now? And does the sound of an eagle need to remind you what happens with niggas on the internet? Were you born in a cave?
I'm taken aback by this exact exchange that this man... Okay, so the othering, he's trying to attribute the same level of othering because the outcome is the same to you're the geeky dude from Harlem that the black people don't accept. And then somehow that conflates with the suburban black person's experience. What? My man's just talking. My man's just yapping. They don't even. That's not even the same type of thing. Your own said you are a goofy. The thing you just said, your own said you're a goofy and a lame. These white people just don't know. Again, I'm not trying to throw like any type of like cadence to anyone, but one type of othering is derived from one thing, and the other type of othering is significantly worse because these are supposed to be your people.
Mm-hmm.
See, it's fun because Pillboy gets into that.
Your people.
Pillboy gets into that, actually. That's where we talk about Dinosaur Donovan. If you haven't watched the video yet and you don't know what I mean by that, it'll come up. We should be able to get there.
I know Dinosaur Donovan.
So many times.
I know.
And I'm just saying, based on what I've seen and the people that you've engaged with, I think everyone took this conversation out of you in bad faith because that's what they need to do. They're bored. They can't empathize with us in a level of discussion that just makes them feel educated. There's got to be a debate. There's got to be another side. And I'm like, I'm sorry to tell you this, but like, to bring it to a real situation, like, I watched people say that Jordan Neely should have died. And it's like, what do you think that's a part of? Do you think that that's all disconnected opinions, just all coming? No, that's a part of that side that you're capping for when you say small things like fatherless behavior. When you say small things like, white people treated me better. You know, we got to be more like a white community. We got to put money in the.
We're completely the same because none of us are like disconnected from each other. A homeless guy who harasses people on a train, who's gonna kill people on trains, the same as these two fucking idiots. So when someone attacks them, they're attacking all of us. It's like, what the fuck? This is the fucking problem. We're on the same fucking level as some fucking schizophrenic bum on a train. Is your self-esteem that low?
Yes, it is.
Damn it, I love Jay sometimes. Jesus Christ.
Fear not the crackling of a bag of, I think there was sour Skittles that I was stuck trying to open for my mother as I walked back into the room.
No, but Jay was just, she was cooking while you were away.
She is a gem.
I was halfway through the doorway, so it's not like I was gone and missing, because this was from when we were working through these clips, because I had to re-record this part.
In the whole country.
All this is great ideas, but like, we still live here.
I'm sorry, I have to keep doing this shit posting.
I really hate this. This dude is just ridiculous.
Now this next part, I need you to remember what he says. All those things that you guys are saying as counter arguments to us being bigots, that's really cool and nice and all, but we live here in America.
Live here, so like, don't tell me
in America,
that you don't understand what I'm saying when I say you exist.
Economically prosperous, tolerant place in the fucking planet.
Exactly, Jay.
Still have to live here. If you can't live here, then yeah, you weren't built for this at all.
Niggas not built for life.
I'm looking at this nigga setup, and it looks like all he does is stay inside, apart from doing his job.
No, but there wasn't any 144p.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, what's in his camera? Why he like that?
I mean,
it looked like this man to another time. He's streaming from like 2009 internet. What is this?
He has 2009 internet, yet he has a 2016, 2017 model flat screen mounted on his wall. He's got fucking Monster on his fucking shelf, but you can't pay $20 to get a 720 webcam. Granted, I have a 720 webcam, and the only reason it doesn't always show up in the proper context is that it likes to have extra light in the room. So unless it's high and noon in the morning, and it's like 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. where I am, with a light back filters behind me through my window frame to activate the fucking filter the way it should be, or I turn my bedroom light on, that's the only reason I'd ever show up like that. And half the time, the only reason it would not be like that from a lot of my older content was because I was using a webcam that was built into, I don't even remember how old that thing was, but it was bought for me when I was still in high school. I graduated high school in 2012, and that was the same PC that I had to use throughout all of college.
But priorities. My man has no priorities.
I mean, granted, he said he was a teacher, so he's getting shit on a teacher's salary, bro. I don't know. What's more viable in financial responsibility? A can of Monster or a better webcam?
No, I wouldn't even go that far. I'd go with the, bro. You were at the checkout line, going better webcam or this flat screen television. Better webcam or the flat screen. Man, I don't know which one to choose. Best. Listen, I'm the Gooner sesh has to go on. You know, I bought me a pack of Monster. Man, that flat screen's looking real good right now.
The flat screen. The flat screen.
The fucked up part is that I've actually seen somebody make that calculation in the fucking checkout line.
Too. That's why I threw it out there. My man was like, man, I mean, I could get on the webcam, but bro, I want to see them titties in 1080p.
It's like,
you know, if you squint hard enough, maybe right there.
I want to see the pimples on her ass. Come on, bro. I gotta get this. I gotta get this
like,
flat screen.
It's like if you're going all the way back to when I was a fucking kid. It's like, new webcam so I can talk to my Discord kitten. Or just straight flat screen so I can see every single nice dimple in Asa Akira's ass. Decisions.
As he's putting the screen on the counter, the webcam, over to the side in the candy in the candy at the Walmart.
Boy, what the hell, boy?
Listen. You know, if you've ever been in a Walmart and you're making that last minute decision, that gets tossed over there where the candy and the what is it? What do you want to call those? The tabloids are?
Candy, tabloids, and meat sticks. Yeah, candy, tabloids, and meat sticks.
Yep. It just gets stuck over there in those weeds. Look, man, that was a bad decision. This is a bad call. I'm just sticking that right over there. That didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
This was my real purchase.
Even though it's in the horrible fucking graphics, the first thing that I noticed that I kind of wanted to zoom in on him about was that fucking monster can sitting on that goddamn dresser underneath that television set. These are when you get roaches. But any food source underneath an electronic, they crawl inside of it and they hide. Because they believe that that's where the food's going to be the next time that they come crawling out of the walls.
And honestly, we got to ask ourselves, why do we as black people do that?
I really have no clue, but I had to think about that. That's an unfortunate truth.
Now, I know the reason why I do it. I don't leave food in my room anymore, but I will have condiments nearby, away from the keyboard, with a fully embroidered tart. It was a gift. Don't ask me how I got it. It was a gift.
I'm not really a fan of condiment.
Compliments?
I swear to God, if you didn't say condiments, I swear to God, Saf, if you didn't say condiments, I was about to ask you, condoms? You're not a fan of condoms?
I prefer my hot dogs raw.
No.
Without the bun.
Stop it.
Oh my God! My fucking heart! My fucking heart! My fucking heart's happening! Anyways.
One foible just sent this man through conniption. Do you understand what you've done to him?
Behavior, because like you're going to reach
Thank you, Sal.
Hide. Because they believe that that's where the food's going to be the next time that they come crawling out of the walls.
Coon behavior, because like you're going to reach a point where your audience, somebody's going to sleep in this and say that one line to that one person, then that gets clipped out of context, and where that gets clipped, and we as a, and I'm not saying we're a monolith, but like we as content.
Yeah, you are. The entire basis of this fucking conversation is that we are a monolith, that we are all the same fucking type of person. Because that's how you treat other people. Like you literally said, oh, these motherfuckers, these people who think like individuals is coons. And he's just making himself feel fucking superior because he was ostracized as a fucking kid. Let's make a mistake about that. That's where it all comes from. He wants to feel accepted by this fucking dreadhead fucking idiot.
Oh, Hillboy has an answer for that too. Trust me, he does.
I think we need to just stop like giving them the benefit of the doubt and just be like, look, I know this is going to get clipped out of context. I know y'all going to do your little, 3-4 panels on me.
Bunch of white
but you're
people
fucking
telling you that you're racist against black people.
You see, the irony about Signifier saying this is aren't you the motherfuckers that do never-ending panels about other things of racism and blackness? What you're in right now is a racism blackness panel.
Yes. Sir.
I
doesn't agree.
Like it was. Oops, sorry. He's going robotic.
No, it's time we can agree. It's over like the branch with every one of them looking directly at.
Your body died.
You've gone full metallic.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
Hard.
You've been made into a member of the roboticized Lin Kuei.
Oh, Jesus. No. No,
The cyborg legion.
I was gonna say, I don't understand how it is he says that while literally being on the very thing they're trying to mock about other people. I don't get how you do that.
They have no self-awareness.
I mean, being self-aware has to be. It comes with more business.
Let me see if I can fix the place it's being located in, see if that fixes the connection. I'm actually surprised that...
He's still roboting off the card. I didn't hear what he said.
I'm actually surprised that Struggler hasn't jumped in with anything to say. It might not be him. My connection might be getting throttled. I don't see anybody talking about lag on the stream, but I do hear it with the audio. Let me see if I can fix that. I can try, but it probably won't do anything immediately. I'm gonna set it to automatic and see if that changes.
I'm on the YouTube side of things, and it.
No, not that. The voice chat. The voice chat's lagging. That's what's causing his robotic.
Oh.
Try saying something. Gotta get bloody a second.
Oh, he's commenting in the chat there, Struggler, in the CCM1.
He said he's still trying to get home.
Yeah.
I get home. Okay.
It'd be like that, Struggler.
There you go. See? I did it. I fixed it. I think. Maybe. We'll find out.
We'll see.
Yes!
I'm surprised that white people don't like racism either.
You niggas are bigots.
Surprised by that.
Like you niggas are bigots. And I said this in one of my reactions to it. I think for the first fucking bit of the start. You guys are unimpressionable bigots. Like you call yourself the Uncle Ira of the internet, but your bitch ass does not go around any kind of black that is up and coming at all. You pick and choose the people you want around you. That's why you try to fucking scalp you. You decide the people I want to just interest and intrigue. Because if he was not yucking it up with Marquise here, he would be running away from Marquise. Because Marquise does indeed have all the traits that they usually call people that they say are incels. He still harbors a grudge from his youth. He allowed his grudge and harboring anger from his youth to lead him down a path where he puts out projection of his own pain into other people, and he operates off that pain, trying to heal the children to heal himself. Didn't go to therapy, clearly. Never did the shadow work to deal with his own insecurities, so that when he faces those triggers, he doesn't get upset about them to the point where he copes about them endlessly. None of the things you're supposed to do, he did. And I know he didn't, because you don't come back from that easily. It causes you unnecessary ego death, because you're basically ripping out your own self-view of your behavior. And doing that and confronting that is not easy. You can't easily confront yourself. Because if you could, everybody would do it, and nobody would ever have a quote negative or toxic thing about themselves. Because self-reflection is hard. Admitting someone is right is hard enough. But admitting the way that you've lived your life is wrong, and you've missed life opportunities and chances, connections, friendships, sexual encounters, business opportunities. Because of the way that you are, it physically breaks your brain and causes you to have to become a version of yourself that you can live with.
Now, does anybody disagree with what I said there?
No, I don't disagree.
I don't disagree.
For me, a lot.
Faces.
For me, I see.
That's a very real statement. I mean, you said it right in that whole clip. Like, this man is broken. But then again, you got to remember, like, wasn't Signifier the same way?
Signifier went down the route of, I'm not going to go out and make giant, grandiose actions. I'm going to wait for my queen. I'm going to wait till she snatches me up on my drawers. That's what he chose to do. He let his wife
Well, no, I remember Signifier being like, well, all my homies, they were taking women all around the town and doing things to them.
Oh, that was specifically his homeboy D. His homeboy D was a little baby player, whereas he, in his mind, when he saw him going out and talking to these women, he's like, oh my god, how do you talk to these girls? I could never do that. I'm just gonna sit over here and I'm gonna wait for my queen to choose me. And that's what his entire background was. He never jumped into the pool. He waited for someone to come to him.
So the same thing.
Yes,
so kind of the same exact thing as the.
I would say Paradigm's problem is that he has a lot of concern and he has a lot of built up and pent up anger and resentment that instead of dealing with it, he chose to go the route of nah, I want a full blazing fist. So I would categorize Signifiers as fear with a little bit of sloth, and Marquise, his name there. And I'm not bringing that up. I didn't have to research that. He tells him that at the beginning of this. That was just clipped off of a fucking live stream. Paradigm Shift tells him that there, and for him, it's full wrath. He wants to take his pain out on any person who's ever made him have to deal with this argument on YouTube, on Twitter, on Twitch, or in any place that he'd have to deal with it on a panel. Because anybody who ever talks back against him, you can't be dumb. You're fucking cool if you think that. You can't be dumb. And he thinks that because he calls them an insult, that it verifies and makes what he says true. It doesn't, but he thinks that, and that's the problem in that particular case.
Oh yeah, this man is over here having a rage out. Like, he is raging against his prior self in the here and now.
I should have been better. I could have been better.
Like, I know I rant about a lot of subject matter, and with that subject matter, I usually do deep dives. But the fact of the matter is, I don't feel and act the way this guy acts. Even when it comes to shit that has been happening on camera, or shit that's happened in the past that happened before, whether it be with a community member, or technically some shit that happened actually the other day that I was trying to avoid have happened, but it happened anyways, and then it got dragged out onto the fucking airwaves when I was live the other day. Those things, I try not to harbor on it, because it's way too easy to fall into that trap. It's a really easy thing because it makes you feel good. But me, if I had to do that, if I really had to rant about something, it's usually a way for me to parse the logic of the situation. Because I understand why I make the choices I make. It's explaining it to other people that's the problem. Because I can't give you a CD-ROM that I can easily slip into your head like fucking C Moon and be like, oh, here's the thought that I had about the reason I just made that decision. I can't divine that every single time someone's like, hey Carl, what you thinking? My mind is an enigma that runs on the engine of paradox. Because the second I think a thought, that thought no longer is mine. It has a life of its own. It's got a 401k. It goes out to the gym. It lifts. And the forbidden pre is every single thought my subconscious brings out of its primordial being, brought about from the essence of maybe even a fart. So when I saw Marquise here rant as he did, my first kneecap reaction was, there's no fucking way. Because there's no way you have an idea like that unless you're specifically upset that there's some kind of thing you can't control that leads you to being that angry. Because why are you so angry about other people having opinions that you disagree with? Just disagree with them. But no, there's a reason, and he tells us.
You don't get that conversation. I've been called it, and I understood where that was
You don't get to call me a racist because you're white, which is also fucking racist.
Was their bias on thinking that white people might be better than them in vocabulary, money, or whatever, or whether it's my behavior. I can still see a connection where it's like, oh, you're not checking my black card. You're just telling me the action I'm taking might lead to me defending another action. There's somebody gonna come up and ask you, yo,
what's up with your boy?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The funny thing, that was the Daniel Kaluuya side-eye tweet That's what that means.
I'm pretty sure Daniel Kaluuya's side-eye did not mean, hey, yo, what's wrong with your boy? It was a comical side-eye. Meant to imply bombastic insult to the person they're doing it to. And it was never done in reference to somebody else. It was always done at the person to say, nigga, are you for real? That's all it is. That's all that head cock is. It's the same head cock I do. Nigga, are you for real? Nigga, you not for real. Nigga, you for real? Nigga, you not for real.
The healthy route.
I think that we are all quite aware that a lot of black people participate in a lot of goofy behavior. I'm just saying it out loud, straight and forward, first and foremost.
The healthy route.
I feel like we be engaging with a lot of goofies.
The healthy route.
I'm sorry, you're not black. You don't get that conversation.
Like, bro, that's the community you want me to link next to? A nigga who can't let go of his trauma in his youth, so he becomes a teacher? And he's yucking it the fuck up next to the grand poobah of black bigotry himself? Who's literally only platformed because he was platformed by somebody else who also believes in the idea of digital minstrelsy? Nigga, be for real. Nigga, please be for real. I can't. No, absolutely not. Let me listen to you say that dumb shit again. Like, that. I have no... What other way can I frame this? What can I say except... Nigga, come on. Like, how? What else am I supposed to say there? First off, am I wrong? Am I wrong?
No. Absolutely not. No.
And then on top of that...
There's no way to be wrong.
And then on top of that...
No.
I hope the motherfuckers liked how I clipped that. But when I did that section here with the editing,
I think that we are all
the healthy route.
I'm sorry, you're not black. You don't get that conversation.
Like, I don't think I'm out of line for stitching that like that. Because the fact of the matter is, we're being told the healthy route is when you do what I say. And the unhealthy route, as he's going to get into, the unhealthy route is when you go down the path of darkness. I've done the Kingdom Hearts jokes today too much, so my voice is going to start getting shot real quick. But you go down the path to darkness, to the Kingdom Air Forces, when you let yourself become crestfallen, like he literally already has. It's like if Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, was to tell you that the best way to become a Keyblade wielder was to go up to Yensid and call him a farmer of the souls and spirits of inspiration, and call him a coon to his face. That's how you understand how to become a Keyblade master, so you can master the power of waking. The way that you do it is you call everybody a bigot and a racist, and say that they're a coon and they don't understand what it is to be a true Keyblade wielder. That's what you do. You do a Kingdom Hearts 1 Hollow Bastion section, and then you just walk through with a wooden sword and you're like, yeah, I'm better than you, and it hurt my head, because this is healthy. What Signifier and Paradigm Shift and anyone else that acts like them, that's healthy. That's what healthy looks like, chat. And that's what made the video into fucking 3 hours long. Right there. That entire clip right there. Because I can't talk about Pillboy without talking about Signifier. And Paradigm Shift, for whatever brought him to that stream, was the perfect muse to tie everything together. Because that's who's calling you racist. Right there. There, right there. That motherfucker. Bro, that's the community you want me to link next to? A nigga who can't let go of his trauma in his youth, so he becomes a teacher? And he's yucking it the fuck up next to the grand poobah of black bigotry himself? Who's literally only platformed because he was platformed by somebody else who also believes in the idea of digital minstrelsy? Nigga, be for real. Nigga, please be for real. I can't. No, absolutely not. Let me listen to you say that dumb shit again.
And instead of perpetuating it back and wallowing in defeat,
I mean, that's called going to therapy. It's called growing up and going to therapy. Or just getting over it in general.
We'll join other blurs in the fight to make the...
Don't call us blurs. Stop.
Stop it.
Like, you can call us other like anime, you can call us other nerds. Don't call black nerds blurs. No. It's like the word Blasian. You don't need to combine the words black and Asian together. We'll just come up with something funny to call you. Because there's nothing cute about blurs. Because when you call yourself a blurred, you're implying a relative connotation that being nerdy in itself requires blackness. Or that this blackness is inherently different than any other kind of nerdy shit. I'm pretty sure that known white supremacist Michael Pondsmith, when he was designing Cyberpunk 2020, didn't need to call himself a blurred. And even if he did, it wouldn't have changed the fact that this man wrote an entire rulebook that breaks down the entirety of politics when it comes to fucking social justice. Like, word for word, bar for bar, you guys do exactly what it is. Because it inherently, ironically enough, all leads inextricably and inexorably to ruin. Because it leads to you feeling that you're not special enough. And I don't care. I don't care about being special. Being an individual, and being in a group as an individual, is not the same thing as throwing away your personal identity to join with other people and be a collective thing. You don't have to do that.
Overall community more inclusive.
Am I wrong?
The ironic bit is 2077 didn't even touch on that aspect of cyberpunk.
Nah.
Like, Edge Runners did more than that.
But nah, they didn't. They don't even. They don't even realize how fucked up it is that they do that, because I feel like that's the biggest problem between nerds and quote blurs. So remember that stream that we did featuring the Black Okage, the guy that was standing there supporting fucking Indiana Black Froskinner when she was doing her whole fucking speech. The guy that we looked into on that live stream about this is why video games are $60. That fucking guy who basically his version of grinding a game is my light version of, bro, I'm practicing right now, and my version of grinding a game for him trumps in one category all the categories for at least the majority of the video games he plays, quote, competitively. That guy.
I remember.
You mean the same dude that was talking about, I stand up for Indiana Frost because she's a woman.
Yes.
But by the way, sat there late as an other clip way before that. Man, I be watching streams with my Timbs on and nothing else. To a woman in her face who looks visibly disgusted.
Can you find me that clip, please? I need to see this.
Sure can.
Oh my god.
I sure can. It was a line of sexual innuendo where he's just basically telling this woman what he be doing while he be watching streams on Twitch.
What?
And I'm just like,
what possessed this man to say that?
He felt like he was lining some things up. This woman's over here and he felt like he had that. He was right there in key. And I just listened to this man say the most disparaging thing to a woman. Man, I be over thinking about that throat goat, you know. Just like, but you're over here in the here and the now. Talk to him, Frost, brother.
I get on my hands.
My guy.
I get on my hands and my knees slowly because I'm an old man and my knees don't work the same way no more. On a pillow because Lord forbid I fucking kneel on parquet wood flooring. Nigga, what? Oh my god! Oh my god!
What the hell? What?
I'm telling you, that was the conversation, and I was taken far back, just for me, right? You're talking about the throat goat, the Gok 5000, and watching streams on Twitch, buck naked with Tim's on. Whether you think this is a joke or not, that's fine, but you're saying it aloud to your audience and don't have no problems with that. Telling wholesale, low-tier God-level stories.
Did he also say that all lesbians look like Barney Rubble?
Yes, he did. It was in the same video. Actually, it was yeah, the clip's in It's a Gundam's video. Yeah, I'll go get it. I will clip that just for you.
What the fuck is wrong with these people? They have the audacity to say that nerds don't have game. Nerds don't know how to talk to women. All they do is sit in the home and they play video games. This motherfucker out here saying shit that'll get him locked up to jail, thinking this nigga's in a fucking black version, a fucking redo of a healer. This is not fucking redux of a gamer, nigga. What the fuck are you saying to these women?
Bro, what the hell?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Of a gamer.
Fucking restart of a gamer. Black anime featuring a slice of life player who got transported to another world by Truck-kun. Right between him trying to get to the next GameStop opening, and he gets transported into the MMO world of the game that he was going to get signed up for. But it turns out that in the
drive back sense of the fantasy world.
But then it turns out that he's actually supposed to be the stalker, sexual harasser character, and he has to find a way to make himself into the hero that he's supposed to be destined to become. It's like ReZero, except instead of the shit between the two people who look the same with the red and blue hair, instead his entire journey is basically what would happen if fucking Great Kun just was thoughting on women throughout all the fucking foreign continent. Just a serial rapist everywhere he went.
Jesus Christ.
Listen, we respect Rape Kun in this house, but well, I'm not gonna spoil My Hero Academia for you guys. But I can tell you, honestly, the problem is that Rape Kun is a character that only makes sense if you understand that he's meant to be there as comic relief, as a part of the camp. Because remember, you might be somebody who sexually predates on people, but remember, there's a point in the series where that stops happening, and you need to remember what happened immediately before he changed his attitude. And also remember, of all the people who betrayed the class, who was it? Not Grape Kun. No, it was the laser bitch. My point stands.
Like, like, it's funny that people hate him so much. It's like, but he's a pervert. He's a pervert. I'm like, yeah, you guys hate him because you are him.
Many of these people are perverts, and they don't admit it, so they fucking project it on other people. But we certainly don't have enough time to talk about that. Because these motherfuckers know nothing about that. Go ahead.
I was also going to say a comment about, like, they would probably excuse his behavior if he was handsome.
Oh no, they would excuse his behavior if it was a woman. It's disgusting when it's a man, but it's comedic when it's a woman. They would have excused it if it was a woman.
They'd be like, it's literally me, and then people would cringe like, really? That's you?
I'd make an argument to you. Reverse the roles. If Froppy had the personality of Grape Kun, and Grape Kun had the personality of Froppy, they would say, oh my god, she's literally me. Like, don't you like getting sloppy toppy from the fucking weirdo in the class? That's how you know she gets the good head. Because she spends all that time slathering and practicing at home.
God damn it.
Boy, what the hell?
Or those like us.
Same thing what you just said there. A community that's more inclusive for people like us. Who's us? Who's we, nigga? I know y'all niggas speak French.
We.
They not like us.
Joining with other people and doing what other people are telling you to do is the healthy action. So, by that mindset, paradigm shift is not healthy. Blaze a fist, remember? But what's the other path?
Not everyone chooses to go down this path. Some black nerds grow up and choose the path of darkness.
Submit your soul to darkness. Your J's aren't fresh. fucking Ansem, Secret of Darkness with a goddamn buzz cut. Open your fashion into freshness. I seek the one true Kingdom J's. But the Kingdom J's aren't Black Air Forces. They're Fresh Jordans. No. Anyways,
I imagine that joke, and I just imagine that all of a sudden Sora steps up with his big, just fucking giant foot lumpers and steps on his fucking Jordans.
Giant Jordans.
Just creasing his shit. Just creasing his shit the entire time. It's like that one scene from Kung Fu Hustle with the fucking hammer toe scene. Just stomp, 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 stomp.
Sora, don't do that.
Sora, don't crease his Jordans. They're limited edition. I can't do Donald. Crease his Jordans. And then out of fucking nowhere comes fucking either it'll be Data Riku or Riku in his dark heartless uniform. Like, come on, Sora, you know you can't crease those Jordans. You don't even wear Jordans. You wear Adidas. and fucking Kyrie wears fucking fucking checkerboard Converse and Skechers.
I can't find no girls that like anime, that like video games. You know.
Yeah, the darkness.
I have talked to some girls that
darkness.
But it's rare, man.
No black women will like it.
Yeah, far too many brothers have fallen down the path of darkness.
It's called black pilling. It's called black pilling. Black pilling means depressed and press. Oh, it's normal. That's where they're friends. You know what those things are, guys. Friends. They're people you don't have to politically scold into helping you. Your friends uplift you. They uplift you. You don't see it right now, but Jay's holding me by my shoulders. We're Titanicing my career right now. And you don't have to do it to make them feel, quote, comfortable. You do it because you don't like seeing your friends in pain. That's what's supposed to happen there. I know exactly why they make that argument. They do it because of Red Pill, but Red Pill's on a fucking decline and has been for 4 years in a row. There's maybe like a 1-2 year stagnant period that looked like it was a period where things were lifting up. But for the most part, Pearl Davis is demonetized. Fresh and Fit, both of them collectively on their podcast are demonetized because they wanted to make too many edgy jokes. Shiniko's demonetized and is shamed, despite that really stupid debate between him and Moist Critical, which made both of them look stupid. More at that at a later date, Jed.
I think I might react to that on stream.
But see here, who else? The super molester brothers, the Tates, hiding out in another country because Tristan and Andrew are definitely probably gonna get held on trafficking charges because they trafficked women and sold it off as, listen guys, I just have bitches trained. I'll be in the war room teaching you these techniques and ideas on how to sell this propaganda to other men. That's the worst multi-level marketing scheme ever invented since Avon. I joke. Avon's okay.
You're literally pacing in unison.
Yeah, no, this is, it's been on.
By the way, Carl.
Yes.
I got those clips for you.
Okay.
They're in the relaxation lounge.
Okay, thank you. I can't wait to be in pain as I watch this man try to talk game to a woman. Flames on the nigga. He failing the game on the nigga. Shoot down, shoot the trigger. And hit her.
On decline, and it's always been on decline because the actual concept of pickup artistry is that it teaches you how to have sex with women and men. It does not teach you how to have relationships with women and men. And the problem is that if you want access to sex, you have to have a relationship with people. And you can't have a relationship with people if you don't even have a relationship with yourself. I'm gonna say it again for the motherfuckers in the back. Regulation 16-24. If you can't have a relationship with yourself, you can't have relations with nobody else.
Am I wrong?
No.
I can't do the voice.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. Like, my brother, no, you were cooking. You were preaching right there. I have to be honest with you. The messed up part is that these dudes are over here holding it up about. They're just like, oh my God, I can't believe that you are actually talking to a woman. What you make her do? Like, no, do you love her? I mean, I love what she do to me, but do you love her? Nigga, what's love got to do with it? Calm down, Ike. I get it. You don't have any feelings for this woman. You just want her to do strange things to you in the dark. I get it.
Now, I hate it, especially when this comes to the idea of it, because when I hear, and this was really a big thing, because I'm not sure if I'll refer to some kidology clips when we talk about the next VSChat tomorrow. When I listened and heard kidology say, I just don't like men that like violent sex. I'd like to have sex with a man who doesn't want to do violent things to me. Bitch, he ain't got to fucking turn you upside down and perform the inverted jackhammer. Real sex maneuver. I don't think you need to get the slithering caterpillar. Real sex maneuver. And you don't need to feel the sour dummy. I just made a shit up on the spot just now.
Oh, you were talking about the Alabama long.
That's actually a real sex maneuver.
I know.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my
Taking
god.
notes as we speak.
Don't you dare take those notes, goddammit. But when I'm listening to her describe that in the research that I did for her particular video, it's like, girl, you need to find a man that you can go on a date with and not get stabbed by in the London streets. You need to stay ass indoors and find a man that will love you over the internet so that you don't get the London look. Because I don't want to see you on a poster of missing persons, okay? Like, this shit is high, and I mean high inceldom. And I don't mean the way that, what was that fucking girl's name? Australian woman. She's the one that made that fucking music video that was ripping off the Beastie Boys. Mooncat! That's that woman's name. I'm not talking about the use of how they make fun of incels the way Mooncat did. And ironically enough, she actually did come up in a Signifier video literally a week after we did that particular VSChat. I'm not talking about women and men that make content where in one breath they're making fun of you and in the next breath they're saying, but we gotta save these men. We gotta save these men. They're going down a path of darkness. We have to save them. These incels that can't connect to women. And trust me, those of you who have already seen the video, you know exactly where Pillboy goes to, which is half the reason why we ended up cutting it to where we did. Because the original cut on how I cut that,
I had a lot more jokes pointing out the fact that he hates Donald Glover for reasons that have nothing to do with Donald Glover and has more to do with the fact that they think Donald Glover not wanting to politically date a political black woman and actually want to be engaged in a relationship with someone had nothing to do with politics and had more to do with love. But we'll talk about that if we get there. I don't think we'll make it in time. But on the subject matter of that,
That's found like an hour and some into the video.
Oh no, I'm gonna start skipping around. Because remember, I have an agenda. I got a list on the side here you can't see.
Yes.
The sheer audacity to present arguments like that, and her and him and them, because technically all of them together would go together. But motherfucker, I ain't got time to stitch together this kidology. She's even worse than Signifier sometimes. Granted, he absolutely did bully the shit out of her. He absolutely did bully the shit out of her and try to make her into a spectacle to try and justify his position. Because he saw that she was on the up and up, and he didn't want to lose his position to an entire person who was outside of his sphere of influence. So he basically brought her into the fold to make fun of her so that he could retain his top spot. But anyways, he says that shit, and they do that shit, and they mention that shit. And through all of that, and that little attitude that they give about this, that's literal insulting that they're describing. And this is not a joke of that kind of shit when they say that. Because a lot of them would rather be having the sexual action than actually making love, even if it's just to another man. They would rather be in a way where instead of being in a relationship because they like a person, they're in a relationship like it's a fucking card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where it's like, I play the attack card, you're an incel! Well, you've triggered, like, well, Kaiba, you triggered my trap card! No, you! I heal, and if I pay 2 life points and a couple pins of shame, I can pull a picture out of my wallet and show all the children I have, and show that I get plenty of pussy, Kaiba! Oh my god, I can do a 10. Oh! Shit posts are about to get real funny around here. Shout out to Dan. Shout out to Dan Green, because when ain't nobody had me, Dan Green had me. I did Crispin Freeman. Anyways, moving on.
Damn, really?
Yes.
You have Dan Green and Crispin Freeman to teach you?
Yes. Crispin Freeman does voice acting mastery classes. He's been doing them for years. And one particular session, he was able to bring in Dan Green. Because ever since Dan Green's fatal accident of his wife dying and leaving him as a single father of 2 kids, he has taken a lot of lesser voice roles and instead went into the role of an educator and a teacher. And because I live in the Southeast...
I did not.
Yes, and because I live in the Southeast, the only other particular professional coaches that have open studios that still operate properly and aren't just literally hug boxes for people who are of the right political opinion would be Crispin Freeman on the internet, a couple of voice coaches here and there, a couple of voice acting mastery channels, which a lot of them are anime based and are pretty much defunct because all of those people either work in the industry and have become the kind of corrupted fucking localizers that we all hate, or they are really hard to get in contact with. And then the other one is in North Carolina. Her name is Gabrielle Nistico. She's known as the voiceover vixen. She is like, how do I lovingly describe Gabrielle Nistico? Gabrielle Nistico is basically, you know that fat woman from, what was it called? Earwig and the Witch? Witch and the Earwig, something like that. The big titties, looks like a fucking witch, but she's supposed to be a drummer in that 3D animation Studio Ghibli film.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, she looks like that, but her hair's blue. And she dyes it blue. As a style choice. It's her aesthetic.
Oh.
They are expensive. Well, Gabrielle's expensive. I'd say Crispin Freeman's pretty much affordable. But yeah, anyways.
Would you recommend I go to him?
Yes.
We desperately need to get them out into the light before it's too late. You may have heard the phrase, black girls don't like me because I'm a nerd.
I mean, sometimes I'm sort of skipping. Because this is just a bunch of me talking. This is just a bunch of me talking. Here's how these people have moved through life and through the stages of their life that they've arrived at through the viewpoint of probably 2 of the biggest breakout stars. The gay one and the nearsighted one. And that's probably like half the fucking show's runtime in its totality. Outside of like The occasional time where an actual back-screen actor would die, and they would see off that character. Like the majority. I'm talking about the Big Bang Theory. That show wasn't so much these geeks are having fun doing geek things. It's the kind of shit that would happen with any kind of friend. Make another show one-on-one and bring back Flex Alexander as the grandfather of an entire new. Geeks are having fun doing geek things. It's the kind of shit that would happen with any kind of friend group. Make another show called One-on-One and bring back Flex Alexander as the grandfather of an entire new family that's headed by Shad Mosh, Bow Wow, and who do you get for his wife? I guess Kiki Palmer, and get a bunch of little fucking Rugrat niggas from fucking Disney and put it in the project. I can almost promise you the same concept would apply, but it would just be black culture at that point. It'd be no fucking different. And the same concept doesn't really apply there either, because then well, actually no, let's rephrase it. What do you mean by attractive nerd? Let's start there. Attractive how? Attractive as in he has the interests, but he's physically beautiful? That just makes you vain. So what do you mean by attractive nerd? If I use an example like Jonathan Majors, like that's more his aesthetic. You would like him for his personality type. And then if you were to find out that he was into, I don't fucking know, Neopets, he has a bed full of fucking old school Neopet plushies, you'd be like, I didn't know you were into Neopets, and then this nigga gushes to you for an hour and a half about Neopets? How are you taking that, Jay?
I don't even know what the hell Neopets are.
Basically, it was a fun little website for kids that eventually got bought up by a conglomerate that was basically like a home away from home that you could safely send your kids to on the internet, and they would never get into anything illegal or explicit. Basically like digital Pokemon.
Oh.
You could play Flash games and shit. Because it's not necessarily Pokemon, it's like Tamagotchi Pokemon. There's like a website full of Flash games, and you can make an account and you can interact with those mini little Tamagotchi-like Pokemon that they had of different species and varieties, and like slowly level them up, grind them up, do other things with them in the game. There's a whole fucking era, like Pop Tropica and shit like that. Cool math games and shit.
Websites you go to in high school that you were supposed to not go to, but bitch, I was bored.
Wait a minute. What? Huh?
Neopets, Pop Tropica, Cool Math Games, 1, 2, 3 Cool Math, Habo.
Oh yeah, you were talking about that. Like
IMVU.
Neopets, I like that. Oh, but my parents were like that's demonic. The creatures, they look like Pokemon. You can't like Pokemon.
The weird part is that they didn't want to let us go on to places like Guy Online, but they did let us go on the IMVU. It was weird.
Oh, I mean, I just snuck on the Guy Online. Like, they let me keep that account, but they got mad that I had the Neopet account. Like, I think there's one weird instance where, like, they freaked out where they saw, like, fox ears and a tail on my avatar. Like, oh, change your avatar. You can't have your avatar look like that. And I'm like, why not? Because it's weird. You're not a cat. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then I just like changed it and then I put it back on when they left.
Man, all it took was a whole 10 years and that would have been like the least of their worries.
Now their daughter is into milking men.
Excuse me?
Have you or have you not milked men because you were bored?
Oh, Jesus. Wait, what?
Carl stared into the camera, looking with all sorts of fascination in the digital direction of Saffronette, waiting for her to start lying.
Why you sound like you were getting ready to say it's time to do? Just a whole second.
Stop tapping to your yummy side. Stop it.
I'm out.
You got me over here going, it's not fair! It should have been me!
Don't make me hit the what? Don't make me hit the why you got lie to me button. Please stop.
Anyways.
Club Penguin is respectable.
Club Penguin is supreme, says Johnny. Honestly, we've gotten to experience an interesting dialectic that came in with having to experience fucking Toontown Online. If Toontown Online would have been free, I think the kids would have been into it. Shit, we've played it for about 2, 3, 4 months, and the only reason why we have not played it for community group gaming, again, within some cycles, is that I try to cycle the game so that we're not doing the same game all the time. You know, try to slowly introduce the shit that I may either one pick out or think that people would want to have or want to try. Though probably for this month we might choose Toontown. Since by the time it gets to after the 15th, we should actually be out. Actually, no. What is today? Today is the 18th. So actually, no. It'd be it'd be like 1 week later. A cycle of that.
18th? Don't you mean the 8th?
No, today's the 18th.
Yeah, today's the 8th. So if I was saying we would wait until the 15th because we always start CGG immediately after movie nights, which is always on the 15th, that would not be enough time. The current phase of Once Human is based on 10-day cycles, not 7-day cycles like they started out with. So I would have to wait 10 days plus an additional 7 for that, and then that's like the last week and a half of the month where we hit September. Anyways, if Toontown Online was free, I'm pretty sure a bunch of kids would have had to choose between that and Pop Tropica. Because honestly, even though this game loop would seem like it's autistic and stupid, it actually is pretty simple as like kids' first actual MMORPG with raid mechanics. Though I was kind of like fucking trippy when they got to the banana cream pie minigame contest. That one was poorly designed, and I wish that whoever did that a very happy torsion. Entire era.
Yeah. I'd be okay with that. Like, there's nothing worse than a dude trying very hard to not be himself.
Although the next one I don't really agree with. Black women don't really be in anime. There are plenty of black women who are in anime. In fact, ironically enough, when I did the research for this video, I came across an account of a woman by the name of Black Bulma, spelled with a V and 2 A's, and like one of her videos is literally, "These niggas think I'm not into nerdy men." I'm like, well, there you go. I found him. I was even looking for it. I found one. Skipping. Because there are multiple points in the video that even though I have a lot of good points, the majority of the shit that Pillboy's talking about is not relevant, or for particular parts like this one, are so egregious that when you see them, you're like, hey yo, what? Let's watch the clip.
Like, how?
Yeah, exactly. Let's watch the clip. Come on.
Being intended as an inclusive community for other individuals like us often inadvertently contributes to anti-blackness and misogynoir due to certain dynamics we've allowed to fester.
He literally did the meme, by the way.
He did the meme.
Literally the meme.
Jeez.
Alright, so let's put this in context, alright? Don't worry, baby, he's just a nerd. Hold on, you're gonna want to hear this.
Yeah, I really only speak in tongues. You know what I'm gonna do? See, Jaleel, you don't want to be on my dick like that. I want to fuck with King Cole. I'm gonna go learn how to enrich myself. I'm gonna work on myself. I'm gonna get a degree in a career, and then I'm gonna have a high-powered job. And I'm gonna have that high-powered job, not because I want to make her jealous, but because I want to be able to take care of my family and shit. You know, I gotta be a proper kind of man.
Years later.
Hey, baby, you remember me? I had King Cole's babies.
Beat it, bitch! Don't give no shits. Fuck you.
Oh my God, why can't I find this good man?
Cause your bitch ass been fucking around on niggas for no goddamn reason. Why don't you? It's why instead of trying to find a good man, why don't you try to work on yourself? Like, realistically, I understand this meme for what it is, but realistically, that's how that works out. Like, we look at it as a joke, and you'd think it's the CeeLo Green situation. You think it's the driving around town with girl I love shit, but it's really not. Why would he still be longing for a woman who clearly threw herself towards someone who didn't care about her? For her to be on the street saying, hey, baby, whether she's pregnant or she's just fat now, why would he go for it? Realistically. Is this not the 6 inches, 6 figures, and whatever the 6 feet? Is this not the 666 argument? Why would he be looking for you if you are a 3? If he knows he can be able to pull a 10? The guys that could get you at your youth, get you at your youth. They use up all of your goodwill towards relationships. Now you're jaded. Because of what you did to that guy, he's jaded. And you say, oh, see, he's just bitter because he never worked on himself. But he has a job, he's got a car, he probably has a good social life. You didn't see the evolution from Poindexter into Pointdexter CEO. There's no way for you to. Because the implication is that he was just harboring that the entire time. Maybe it was his for his forbidden pre-workout, the shit that he thought about to get him over the line, to remember what he was doing it for. But eventually you stop doing it because you're bitter about something and you start doing it for your own health. So why would he bring himself lower to someone who's clearly beneath him? Because when he was there, going through it, they treated him like dog shit. So he's supposed to just be nice to you for reasons? And not just have the normal sense of, you know, this woman might want something out of me because she knows I have money now. It's a bit silly in my opinion. We have to wait for Jay to come back. She's talking about some cookies and cream. Cookies and cream, something else you know what I mean. I still hate Diddy for taking away the joy of 112 from me. I can't sing Cookies and Cream or Cupid without having to think about the fact that Diddy was beating the shit out of Cassie. I lost the cap.
Within these.
I never had the cap. I can't find it. I can't bottle it. Anyways, that particular section was important because if a person was disingenuous enough and wanted to clip me out of context, they could have made me sound like a red pill there. Because when I say, why would he go for you
when you're 3, when he can get hired. I'm not making an argument that the Tate brothers would. I am not making an argument that comes out of the mouth of Pearl Davis or the Super Pedo brothers. Max is making an argument that comes out of the mouth of Homath. If you're not aware, friend of the channel, Homath, is the guy who is basically a life coach. And his entire goal is how to make better choices and better situations for yourself based on the dating strategy of women and how you change your dating strategy based on what you need for yourself and how can you be able to better your life while also making choices that lead to healthy outcomes for you and the people you want to be involved with. So a good one, if no one is familiar with Homath and his charts. Homath. Not how math. How. My name is Running Dick, and I'm going to teach you how to bend over here at the Running Dick Casino, where the bull is not the only thing that's coming.
What? Can you make that into a fucking intro? Jesus Christ, that's beautiful.
What you mean? You guys have the power to clip. You can clip on YouTube now.
Wait, what? Okay. I got you. I got you.
You said, hey, yo, brother, can you make the content for me? I said, my brother, you can make the content. I just provide the muse. Anyways, Homath. I did it again! Oh my god, I hate being dyslexic! Ah, yes. Homath charts. He has so many charts. I think the most common one that every person will come across, if it won't look like fucking dog shit, because it's looking like dog shit. If it doesn't look like
a load of barnacles.
The particular one that I think I first ever saw when I came across him and his content is this one, which I'm about to put here, and I'm gonna bring up a copy of it for people to look at on the screen, so that y'all motherfuckers ain't left out. Stupid, stupid. It's like Jordan Peterson before he got insane and started working at the Daily Wire. I mean, I suppose. Technically, he didn't go insane. He was doing copious amounts of drugs because of his wife having a sickness.
Yeah, the man was falling apart because of that.
Yeah. Yeah. But this particular picture... Oh, wrong one. This particular picture. This is a picture that demonstrates something called zones. Basically... And he always draws them in a way that's eye-captivating and catching. This is a very common thing for him. He has, of course, better standardized versions of these, but these are the ones that he drew as a form of napkin math, basically. On one side, here, on this one, for zones, you have the zones in which men think about women, and then you have the zones in which women think about men. For men, we have very simple lines. The first line is, of course, keepers, sleepers, and sweepers. People that you choose, do I want to marry her? Will I have sex with her? And then say, hey, I don't know where I'm going to be in like 3 weeks, you know? And then people who, if you do dig them out, you immediately ditch them. Dig and ditch. Whereas on the other side of this line, you have the differences between the supportive and the public and the monogamous and the emotional. Between what a person considers a good guy as high value investment for presentability versus not talking to other women versus the kind of things that keep her feeling like she's in a nebulous galaxy. And of course, it looks like it's a multi-tier chart of like 9 segments, but the actual segments are split in half in the middle. So you have the top 6 sections, which is Prince Charming, Husband Zone, Friend Zone, a good situationship, settling, middling, versus a gold digger and ickiness, versus somebody who is mid to bad, or a bad boy, a person who's just a bad settling, a person who's a mistake, and then somebody who gets ghosted because they may be a creep or literally a creep. And the higher the attractability and the higher the masculinity of the charts of investment and presentability versus looks and masculinity, this is what basically in the mind of him. And a lot of this actually sometimes works out, but it doesn't mean it's always one-to-one. but because it's usually very accurate, it gets referenced a lot. This kind of math is what pretty much makes up the delineation of what I'm talking about here. There are other charts that HOMath has. For example, you've got one that's been reacted to 50 billion times by pretty much almost everyone, which is, of course, the lines chart, which is if a man, and this is what I was talking to the energy to, if a man has multiple choices, and that man wants to make multiple choices, to be able to make choices, why would I'll call myself a 6. Why would I, a 6, reach down for a 1 when I know that I, as a 6, have the ability to attempt to pull a 6? But the way that it actually works in society is that it goes bottom up. So it goes bottom up from the premises of women. And people who are beneath that line, there's a little chart that he always brings up. It looks like a little slider piece of paper. And he slides it up and he explains that women don't see these men because when women look at men that they consider underneath their value line, they're not people. When they say this shit here from Pillboy's video, when he does the meme, what he's actually saying is, haha, look at these guys. They act just like some fucking beat up incel who's mad at women. But what they're actually saying is, you're not a person until we decide that you're a black person. And when you're now a black person, we're now going to harass you for things that we think about you or we feel about you without actually having a reason to think or feel those things. And that's what I was, welcome back. And that's what I was explaining there in that clip. If I know that I can be able to find a person who likes me for me, I don't have to settle for a person who won't spit on me when I walk through the door of my home every time I go to meet her, who doesn't spit on my name and on my representation every time I kiss her in public. I'm going to pick someone who's not going to insult me to her friends and her family saying, yeah, he can take care of me all right, but he ain't a looker, he ain't no Denzel. I'm going to pick somebody who's going to take my non-Denzel looking ass, bare ass naked, and say, I do, in the snow. Because why would I not pick better women? If, for example, you come across the endless clips of women complaining about, I can't find a man, can you not find them? Or are you not looking hard enough? And it's not possible that you can't find them, because it's the same thing as saying, I can't find no woman who really likes anime. Oh, you can't find a guy who likes slow walks down the breeze and likes to go hiking? Or is it that you've had one, and you ghosted him, and you avoided him because he didn't give you the tingle? But you wanted to fuck around and thought on the guy who made you feel emotions. And now you're a single mom. You hadn't had his kids, but you know he had no job. And now you're a single mom. It's monotony. And you can avoid it by picking better men. The same way that women can avoid it by picking better men and picking better women. The same way men can avoid it by picking better women. And in this scenario and case, if you're supposed to be a black nerd, why would you ever put yourself in a scenario where someone is literally doing the incel I grew up meme? That's not real. It doesn't work like that. Because why would they still be thinking about that in their adult life? They don't see you. They don't talk to you anymore. Why would they still be stuck there like, oh my god, Jaleisha, no, she had another kid with the guy that she cheated on me with in high school. They went on fucking safari. I'm gonna go log into League of Legends and hurt myself by playing Jungle Amumu. Who does that? When does that happen?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I already know what that is. I know what it is, but I don't like the idea, the implication that I know what it is, because it's people that do not want to accept that. Hey, maybe you could be the problem. If everywhere you go, everywhere you go, if there's a problem, you might exactly be that problem.
I also found a relevant meme for that video.
Okay, we're getting closer to 10 p.m. and when it's 10 p.m. I'm turning the stream off. So we're gonna try to knock out the rest of these fucking talking points that I have here on my chart and try to move from that. But yeah, a lot of the people who do that, they don't want to accept that you're the problem. Like,
It's you, because it's the way you act. I don't want to talk to you, because it's the way you act. I can't take you nowhere because you fucking touch too much shit and argue with people because it's the way you act. And a lot of those people, especially black women, black queens, hear me, understand me. Stop it. Stop being argumentative. Sometimes let him cook. Let him handle the situation. You don't need to be involved. You don't have to make all the decisions. I say specifically black women because this is our community's goddamn problem. Community, Carl said, air quoting.
Y'all problem.
Or constantly just don't butt into his business every single time. Don't be so combative. Don't be such an asshole all the time.
Don't be like,
Just be quiet.
It's not even be quiet. It's literally let him cook. The biggest problem I know amongst black women in the dating market right now is that there are many of them that refuse to accept that there is a place in a relationship for both people. And sometimes, if the job of the pilot in the seat is to guide the fucking plane, I don't need you trying to learn every single bit of information or trying to push for shit that is information that you should not be doing. I'm going to repeat what I said again. I'm going to make sure that I enunciate it well, because what I didn't just say was, bitch, get in the kitchen, be barefoot and pregnant. What I said was, we are in danger. There is a man around the corner. I'm going to go pick up the axe, and I need you to run until I tell you keep running, and then you're going to pull out the gun I bought you for Christmas, and you're going to shoot this in the head because I gave you time to aim. And I don't care if you hit me in the leg. I don't play DDR anymore. That's what I said. I said, we are in danger, we need to leave now. And not for you to turn around and say, I ain't leaving, when I said, we need to leave now. And I have to repeat myself a third time saying, we're leaving now, before the guy pulls out his gun to try and shoot us. The biggest problem is the need for the black woman to become a black man. I'm gonna say it again. The biggest problem, especially for agreeability, is that there are some black women that need to be the man. I ain't talking about you want a man, I'm talking about you want a man, but you want to be the man. He's in his soft guy era. He wants to be feminine. He wants to go half and half. So I need to make fun of him. I need to insult him in his masculinity, like my name is Drew Afawalo. And all of a sudden, this is what then leads into the mocking movement of Drizzle Drizzle. And were they mad about that shit? I don't give a fuck, bitch. Nah, you gotta own that. Better hold that L. Yeah. Because Lord have mercy, am I wrong? Am I wrong?
You're not. And that's a shame, because it seems like they don't trust us in situations like that, as opposed to just shut up and let me help you. Shut up and let me help you.
Now I say this. Now I say that.
Please.
Now I say that. Hello, Callum. I say that because the amount of times in this video where Pillboy, as well as Signifier and Paradigm Shift, kept saying, you need to center black femmes, you need to center black femmes, you need to center black femmes. The desire to silence men and their emotions, and then treat them like dog shit, and then say, why are these black men divesting into white women? It's clearly because they're race traders, is some of the most banal and benign and imbecilic shit in existence, when how many fucking politically active black women have gotten involved with ally white men that they then go to marry and have children with, but the shit is not ever said the same way possible, and it's because they have a white ally of as a husband. It's so infuriating. It's so infuriating.
It is a very weird trend of politically active minority women to be. It's like it's almost a trend of them all dating upper middle class white men.
Well, also dogging.
It's very weird. It's like it's
dogging those middle class white men, dogging them hard.
It's very, it's just, it's something you start to notice a pattern of. You start to become a noticer.
It's a crime to notice things, don't you know? It's a crime in your country to notice that you guys are being treated like second-class citizens.
Nothing ever.
Yeah, two-tier Kia and all that sort of stuff.
That's racist. Don't talk about that.
I'm an American. They can't do shit to me. Come arrest these nuts, bitch. Come arrest these nuts.
Yeah, but they can still kick my fucking door in.
Oh, I would be so first off, I'd be so apologetic and I'd be very sorry. But at the same time, the idea that you could be brought into tribunal or what is your form of magistrate court?
It's what do we call it? Crown court.
The idea that they could bring him in the crown court and be like, yes, right, Callum, could you please explain to us why the young black male is gesticulating towards the camera and saying they can come arrest these nuts? Why was this something that you believe acceptable? This is grossly offensive, young man.
Yeah, it's trust me, it's as disgusting for me as it is for you. Even more so for me, because I can actually face consequences for that shit.
How do y'all... Everyone becomes Count Dankula. You can be Count Dankula, and you can be Count Dankula, and you can be Count Dankula.
Trust me, after
that, they can eat me.
Oh, trust me, after the protests over the past few weeks, like, loads of people have been arrested.
Welcome, Blonde.
Hey, Mr. Blonde, what's good?
Hello, Blonde.
Oh, hello. How's it going? Going well. How are you guys doing?
Hello.
You know, just a regular neighborhood Carl losing his mind in his own content. The usual.
Ah. I see.
By the way, on the topic of black women, as just to bring us back around to what we were talking about before, in my limited but existent experience with very specifically British black women, in my dating life, it has basically been the case of the major problem is an overwhelmingly desire to be right over the truth.
Yes.
That
be right or
been my issue.
Be right or feel right. Boy, black men in the audience, holler if you hear me. Holler if you hear me.
Holler.
See, you think that black men hate black women in this day and age of this dating society, but realistically it's the opposite. Realistically, for how much Jay and I stream together, there are people who have accused us of secretly dating. And then they learn tragic information that destroys that worldview, which is first, that I'm already taken, and that I have a child. And that destruction of that worldview where it's like, what? Huh? How'd that happen? I thought it was just insane. Somebody chose that? They start hyperventilating a little bit. Because apparently there's a bunch of crossover fans that they have not learned. They know that I exist. But they haven't actually come here. And then when they come here, they realize, wait a second. I thought he was just funny and zany. I didn't know he was intelligent too. I don't know how to solve that paradigm, but you know, it is what it is. But anyways, I think I found the next section correctly. There should be another section right before he starts talking about inserting headcanon.
Which means by automatic right, it should be the 19.
Me and many other kids like me still managed to partake in nerdy activities while having fun as a child. We established friendships based on our shared passions and hobbies. It didn't matter that I was absolutely ass at sports because I knew I could demolish niggas in Tenkaichi 3.
Said like a true fucking nerd that has never gone outside.
I was into nerdy shit, and I had my nerdy niggas beside me.
Tournaments I have niggas. I'm talking being invited by my
Dinosaur Donovan.
From the neighborhood.
Dinosaur Donovan, gonna whoop that ass and give it in.
Kids, we have like a written out.
Donovan in his youth was an encyclopedic knowledge person who liked dinosaur facts. And he changed his entire personality because he got bullied into becoming a basketball head. Because he got sick and tired of being harassed about his passions. And I wrote...
Can I talk about the...
Yeah.
Can I talk about that for like a split second?
Go ahead.
That is the most small dick energy I've ever witnessed in my life. Would you get bullied into liking something else because everyone else is dogging on you just because you like a certain thing?
Yeah, it happens more often than you think.
No. You don't get up that thing. You double down. you double down super hard.
That's what I was
until
saying.
they realize that, oh, this nigga is actually real about this.
Oh yeah, like that's why I kept saying Donovan for Donovan. Like, man's playing Tenkaichi Budokai and is playing at fucking NBA Street. He would definitely have been joined the FGC if he hasn't already. And imagine instead of just basketball head flex Donovan, it's Dinosaur Donovan walking up to the fucking convention in a fucking dinosaur onesie, and when he dumpsters your ass in a fucking match, whether it be a Cinderella story reverse sweep or he just fucking 3-0s you with a complete knockout with no counterplay, perfect flawless victory, man pulls out his business card and it's random dinosaur facts that he gives you that gives you a QR code to his Twitch stream. It would be hilarious if he had taken that path in life, but instead, we got Donovan complaining to fucking Pillboy! Ah!
Brackets of who won and who lost.
Also, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier before the broadcast. He was playing full NBA Street, and I want you to compare this to what Mia, that's the other black woman, says about her experience.
One chance around, man. I remember just playing the final. It's tense. That was game 7. That was our game 7. Like with Budokai Tenkaichi tournaments, NBA Street tournaments. That was our game 7.
I used to code alien, non-human, anthropomorphic ass characters as black, and I know for a fact many of y'all did.
Let's be real now. Y'all knew Darwin was black long before Cartoon Network made it official. He is a fish. He's a fish.
Goddamn fish.
I could care less if the voice actor himself is black. Technically, at this point, we have to unofficially make the voice actor for Gumball black, because he called Dream out on that bullshit like a real nigga would. Call him a retard to his face. Well, no. It doesn't matter if the character, quote, is topographed as black or is considered black. Because realistically, what they did with Darwin is they used him in that goddamn promotional material to try to make him into a black character. He's no more black than Garnet is black. And Garnet is 2 lesbian space rock aliens that bump crystals with each other.
The exact same thing. We all know about Piccolo already being claimed by us, but I was calling Arthur as black.
But why do we claim Piccolo? What's the thing that connects it, Bill Boy? Is it because he's supposedly the best character, who's quote the coolest, or is it because he identifies with some of the things that black people would not usually identify with, like being an outsider, the outcast, the member of the group who has to spend the most time thinking about their actions and how it'll help people or themselves, having some resentments that come with being unsure about some shit.
If you were to like eliminate one food, what would it be like from the world? Like, you know, the world's better off without it.
Huh?
If you were to eliminate one food, like, you know, Indian food, Mexican food, like if you were to eliminate a style type of food, like what would it be? Like, you know, the world's better off without this.
What?
You know what? The world doesn't need Indian food. You know, the world could, like, if you were to remove one piece of food, like Italian food versus Mexican food, right? Like, which would you remove out of the two? Like, the world's better off without it.
I'm gonna be dead ass with you, Blonde. That was a very wild segue that you just asked us just now.
Yeah, it's just out of nowhere, brother. What the hell?
I was discombobulated.
It was silent.
You were silent. No, hold on. I see the problem. We're looking at a watch together link. It's up inside of CCM1.
Oh, I'm my bad. I'll leave that. Okay.
It's okay.
Hold on,
You're good.
It's an easy mistake to make. I'm not upset. I'm not upset. I promise you, I'm not upset.
There you go, brother. Right there.
Okay.
Don't you think that might be it?
I was coding Grim from Billy and Mandy as black. Despite his voice actor being black, canonically he is white.
But that doesn't matter though, and that should be an example of why that shouldn't matter. But for you, skin tone is everything.
There were so many experiences I had as a black kid that so many others had as well.
Fantasy, I love that series, especially 8, 9, 10, 12, Kingdom Hearts.
8, 9, and 10. Oh.
I mean,
not 7.
When she said 8, 9, and 10, I understand why she probably doesn't fuck with 7. 7 is a lot more of the one that people probably would think is pretentious. But for 8, 9, and 10, they have more emotionally gripping stories. After all, 8 is a love story.
8 has romance.
I find it hilarious that she ignores the one with the actual black guy in it.
Yeah, you know. This is also...
No, you don't understand. Titus is black. He's one of us.
Waka's black. Waka's black, technically.
You know,
Waka's black.
Waka is black because he plays a form. Waka is black because he plays a form of, water basketball, and he literally took his brother's bitch and he impregnated her. That's the blackest shit I have ever heard of. If I had ever heard of it. That's a Tyler Perry sketch right there. His brother is in the fucking far lands. He sees him from a distance. He's seeing him fucking dicking down Lulu. Day, night, making sure he gets a baby past all of them belts. And he's just being there like, brother, what the fuck are you doing? I said look after her, not stand behind her and dig it out.
I love Kingdom Hearts. That's such a nostalgic series. Dead Space,
Lulu's cool with it,
I love
though.
horror. Such a horror fan. I love Star Wars.
Who is unpausing?
Oh, that wasn't me. That's not me.
Not me either. I'm literally doing that. I literally took that in the side chat.
Such a nostalgic series. Dead Space, I love space, and I love horror. Such a horror fan. I love Star Wars. There's so much to explore with that series.
Star Wars.
I didn't think you'd hear that.
I did.
I said I love horror.
I heard it.
Star horror.
Being an autistic.
Oh my god, I forgot their baby was fucking weird in
I
the
love
game.
that series as well. It speaks to the dark theme. I kind of look forward to my.
And it was in this that the first problem that occurred to me is, wow, he is trying to lie right now. Because realistically, if you wanted to really talk about this from the angle, you should. Not to say that Mia's opinion should be ignored. She's talking about, like we said earlier before the stream, aesthetics and vibes versus visceral, emotional experiences. That's not to say that you couldn't have those in the video games. But Donovan was making memories where she's like, oh yeah, I like this video game. I played that game before. I liked it. It was nice. The way that she described video games that are supposed to be some of the best in their franchises, if not in the industry, she described like, yeah, I like Kingdom Hearts. It's just like that Tokyo Bacon Burger I had at the Heart Attack Shack. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I can go eat some Red Robin. It's just like when I played Devil May Cry 3 Special Edition. Yeah, that was good. Meanwhile, this nigga is sweating. Meanwhile, this nigga is sweating bullets. He's sweating bullets in Game 7 of a single elimination round-robin tournament with other niggas. And it's between him and Don Quavius, and whoever hits this three-pointer after he got fouled when he crossed him up and then he knocked the controller out of his hand wins the tournament. Difference. World difference. To put that in perspective to people in the chat room who have no idea the shit that just came out of my mouth, imagine whatever high competitive game that you're either playing or that you're a fan of, and imagine hitting the buzzer beater shot that wins the match versus your girlfriend seeing VODs of you play that match and say, oh, look at my baby. He looks so cool and he's focused. Witnessing the shit and experiencing the shit versus in the shit. That's why I said black men and black women, in the way in which they are nerds, have different extremes to which they feel these emotions. You cannot compare the passion of a black nerd male to a black nerd female. Namely because, one, because they're usually staying inside, because they'd get robbed if they didn't, they're playing games to a different extreme. And in playing...
I never got robbed.
Black neighborhoods out in the world don't always have the ability to, get a hatchet like I do. I'm not even fucking joking.
Such a personal level. You're not wrong about that.
In fact,
like,
just solidify that. Hatchet. It's a tool. But hatchet. Motherfuckers think real different when you pull out a fucking hatchet like it's a briefcase. Got a little carry case and everything too. Slides into place. I need to sharpen it. I had to use it to cut down more of the tree that I was working on yesterday. But anyways, you cannot describe the extremes of passion to what a male fan goes to as a female fan. Now, unless that female fan is an outlier and she hits on a level in a spectrum that most have to experience to get, it's not the same. It can never be the same. And it never will be the same. But that's not to say that they don't experience it and that they couldn't get it. But it's just something that you have to be in there. You have to be there to understand it.
You have to be there. I mean, can I Can I speak for a moment? Because
Yes.
like I might be because I recognize that I'm the outlier in a lot of these like female nerd situations because like I don't know. Did she mention the part where she liked Castlevania? Right.
That was at the end of that clip, but I'm skipping forward towards the part that's coming up because we've got 45 minutes to work with.
Okay. It's like because like I said, when I heard her say like, "Oh yeah, I like Castlevania," like I don't know if she was talking about the anime or the show or the games.
Because she was talking about older games, I have to assume she was talking about some older version of Castlevania.
Okay. If she said the anime, we're gonna have a problem.
This should work. Let's see here. Right about there. Not quirks, not kinks. To therapy. All of I can
completely tie black resentment in your head. And when that resentment usually fucks things up, you fall back to that generalization about black women. The cycle.
After this section, he starts laying out his theory as he decides to try and cap about Donald Glover hating black women and that being an example of him hating on the sisters. When he did that whole self-interview where he said and, quote, explained that people were using his supposed not dislike but dislike of black women to question his blackness. Basically saying because he didn't want to date black women that he was politicizing black women. And where he then went to say, if I as a black male date a black woman, they're going to politicize my relationship, which is half the reason he chose a fucking Jewess. You say it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy, but the very thing you're describing itself is a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's why it's cyclical.
Black women altogether, or seek out black women with this anti-black resentment in your head. And when that resentment usually fucks things up, you fall back to that generalization about black women. The cycle restarts and the unhealed trauma is completely ignored. And the problem is, too many nerdy black men are exhibiting the Glover effect. And we don't see the long-term damage it's doing to us.
I kind of care less about this fucking made-up joke thing in your head that you've used to describe other niggas not going to therapy. Again, blanket statement. Go to therapy, all of you, but especially you Pillboy, and especially you Paradigm Shift.
We'll say we want a nerdy black girlfriend, but we'll go and say that black women don't really like nerds. Not realizing that statement in itself completely negates everything. You cannot let—
Well, black women like nerdy men. They may like black nerdy men if the black nerdy man is enough to get over her desires and her own, not quirks, not kinks. Her own...
The word I was looking for was preferences.
Selection process.
Quirks, kinks.
Preferences. To get over her own preferences. But that's not a mutually exclusive statement. They can be into black men, and they can be into black nerds. But they probably don't necessarily like all kinds of black nerds. And at that point, it's not about the man and it's not about the race. It's actually about the personality type.
Your past experiences dictate how you view an entire group of people. And if
what is the history of the world for 1,000 on the Daily Double, Alex?
You don't actively take steps to heal from it, or at least take steps to acknowledge it, it's only going to continue to consume you.
I mean, racists acknowledge that they don't have a reason to truly hate blacks. They just don't like us because we look like monkeys in our careers. Like, they're very rational about it. At least the current year ones. I'm not sure about my mother's generation, but current year racist? Oh yeah, I don't dislike black people. I just know that I can't live with them because the way that they rule society is going to be a danger to me. Straight with a straight face, sitting next to another black man who might look at him with an upward eyebrow and then roll right back to the shit he was doing. Because why concern yourself with even the logic of how that same works? To focus on it implies giving it more brain power than it deserves. Like, if you think about it, it'll make you more upset.
It gets harder to crawl out as you grow older. I want you to imagine that miserable old nigga in the barbershop. You know exactly who I'm talking about. He's never in the chair getting his shit cut, but he's always somehow in the shop.
This whole rigmarole that he put on about Donald Glover is exactly the reason why I ended up wanting to skip it for the remainder of the original editing and jump right into how I ended the video, because after getting that over and over again while giving blase it's the man's fault answers to why blurs need to allow women to step on their balls, I was not into listening to that for the rest of it.
You will do CBT. You will.
It's just some of these arguments of his start becoming really fucking stupid really fucking fast.
Who I have before I end up like him. No, I'm serious. Some people are probably going to hear that comment and laugh it off or think of it as condescension, but I mean it. How long before that pain and that unhealed trauma becomes so much of a hindrance that you start to miss out on chances with potential partners? When you live your whole life drowning in past drama, reliving the same painful memories on loop, it's no surprise that the world will leave you behind. I'm not a psychologist, by the way. I kind of have to throw that out there. I am not a psychologist, by the way. I kind of just have to throw that out there.
So he says that to cover his ass after spending all of that time in the video. Both the ones that he said that you heard, and for those of you who have already watched this and you came here already aware of what was on your homework so that you'd be ready for the test,
you know the shit that he said is never gonna fucking fly. Never. Ever.
It don't fly.
Yep.
Change the race to anybody that's not black, and everything he says gets him demonetized. Tonight! Change it about...
Tonight?
Change it to involve black women instead of black men, and he gets demonetized in 5 hours. Because it's never acceptable. But it's only made acceptable when it's men and when it's black men. Because the black men are now the white men of black society. But it took...
You only get saved by it if you're gay, I guess.
Actually, you're half the time right, but not even then. Unless you're Nachuti Gatwa. I think it's pronounced Shooty. It's pronounced Shooty, but I want to call it Nshuti because I want to enshoot myself, especially when I listen to what he did to fucking Doctor Who. But Nshuti Gatwa, fucking Shooty Gatwa, and his inability to fucking be good at his. Well, I wouldn't say he's not good at his job. When he's doing something dramatic, he's really good because he's a dramatic-based actor. But he can't do Doctor Who. He was really good when he was in Barbie, but he can't do Doctor Who. I digress. Any of the shit that he says about black women, any of the shit that he said about black society, any of the shit that Signifier and Paradigm Shift said about black society, say it about another race, they get demonetized and they get banned permanently from the platform because it'd be flagged for racism and bigotry. The shit that they say and do, they are so ready to call black men any slur and insult to justify why they need to give their power and, quote, only latch themselves romantically and interpersonally to black women, but they will never explain why it's acceptable to do so, other than it's time for you to step aside. It grinds my gears and boils my blood.
But the Glover effect is just one brick on the path of darkness. There are too many ways
The Glover effect!
Justify them.
Yep, that's what he called it. That's what he called it.
I totally forgot he called it that.
What the hell? What?
What was that, Saf?
I was like, sorry, I was doing that meme. Was like, boy, what the hell, boy?
That motherfucker lives rent free in this motherfucker's head.
Not just him. All of them. Literally, they do it. They feel that way about Donald Glover. Like they literally go, "It sucks, Donald Glover. You betrayed me. You told me black queens forever. Nobody's never."
No, betrayed me. This guy sucks.
Not the world.
Yeah. We hear you, Spoonie. We hear you, Spoonie.
And women. Nobody's hearing Spoonie now. That man is crying out in pain. No one can hear his pain. You should have broke up with April when you had the chance. Even when the nigga's about to turn the gun on himself, black women have it worse.
The problem is they don't.
Say it again, Carl. Black women. Even when the nigga's about to turn the gun on himself, black women have it worse. Ain't that the truth?
The problem is they don't see how they contribute to the problem. They don't see how it's
Eat the gun?
No, I'm talking about like I was looking in Ponytown and you can't eat the paper.
Okay.
It's sad.
Okay. Question mark?
Superconducting leap of negativity that they have part of the switch too. But I make it sound easier than it is. No two people's trauma is the same, and what could take one person months to get over and climb out of could easily take another dude years. It's not easy at all, but the climb still has to be made, or at least started. We know how destructive the path of darkness is, but we don't talk enough how to actually get out. We can make
you guys never talk about that? Because if you did, then all of you would be Daryl Davis.
A couple videos of an animated nigga talking through the screen, but that's not really going to change anything. This is a multifaceted issue, and it requires a multifaceted solution. The first thing,
so you don't have solutions. What that means, you don't have solutions.
First, we need to dissect the label of what we've used throughout this video. Black nerd.
Max is not black. He is intended to be a person who just exists in that period phase where he could have been voiced by Frankie Muniz. Just because Kevin was chosen as the music act does not mean that they could not have gone with Limp Bizkit.
Or specifically what it truly means and who gets to identify with it. Once we break down the restricted nature of labels like this, we can begin to dive deeper into its effects. You might want to pull your black card out because we're going to play Uno.
Steve. Steve who?
That's not Steve. That's P.
Stefan.
Right about here. Nerd about. You being equally fucking goofy or weird or nerdy or... It's retarded. This is retarded logic. You would never use this in an argument. Write a passage that shows you that you went down a similar path as everyone else. What?
This adversity does vary based on a variety of different factors. But to imply that because someone faced less adversity than you makes you more of a black nerd than them is just ridiculous.
Okay, let's use that logic. Excuse me, person who suffered real racism. I suffered somebody calling me a dumbass on Twitter. Therefore, I understand what it really feels like to be persecuted. Not you, black Jewish man who had a family member who had had sex with a black woman around the time of 1940 to 1945. And hey, you shouldn't be tattooing yourself with numbers and letters. Who do you think you are? A fucking android? That person would immediately go to jail, Jay. They go to jail for hate speech. They go to jail for hate speech because they tried to insult a Jewish descendant of a person of the Holocaust. In that example. Same thing would exist for Black Hollywood, because technically it's all hate speech as long as it's a protected group. And we're technically a protected group. It's retarded. This is retarded logic. You would never use this in an argument in real life, and you'd never use this in an argument in a debate, because you would look like a fucking sociopath.
You begin shifting the goalposts on what counts as the black nerd experience.
So what would you do, and what would you say when people start shifting the goalposts about what it means to be a gamer then? Because you guys do the same thing with gamer. Forget the black nerd experience. How about the gamer experience? Is playing video games when you have phone games, or is playing video games when you have over $1,500 worth of paraphernalia, video games that you may have played only once or twice, or a very beloved video game that you've played over 8,000 times and you're getting ready to play another 8,001? What are we talking about?
Or trying to put boundaries around it, you end up being an anti-black gatekeeper. A previous partner of mine was a huge black nerd like me. However, she wasn't into shonen or Marvel like that.
Okay, so what happened?
A huge superhero fan, and did not like Star Wars at all. However, she could talk your ear off about old, obscure shoujo manga that's been out of publication for at least a few decades now.
Okay, so she was kind of a real one then.
The same type of anime subgenres that you were. So why did you just try to get... Please tell me, Tom. The same type of...
off about old, obscure shoujo manga that's been out of publication for at least a few decades now.
Okay, so that means she was indeed an anime nerd. She just wasn't into the same type of anime subgenres that you were. So why did you just try to gatekeep your fucking blackness, you fucking bigot? Please tell me, Tom. Please tell me I'm not going to use this man for everything he's got.
It's hard out here for the real ones.
Jarissa?
I feel bad.
I'm just making sure you're paying attention.
Not to mention that she was a bigger music nerd than anyone else that I have ever seen. On surface level, other than film and music, we didn't share too many geeky or nerdy hobbies, but that's okay. It didn't make either one of us a bigger or lesser nerd than the other. We were just extremely nerdy about different shit.
Well, that's a lie. If you're a big nerd about guns, and she's a big nerd about swords, that means both of you are big weapon nerds, but she is a bigger nerd about her weapon of choice versus your weapon of choice. So you, by nature, are going to be a bigger nerd about the thing you're a bigger nerd about. You being equally fucking goofy or weird or nerdy or whatever word you want to use to describe yourselves with your significant others does not dissipate just because you feel like it shouldn't be like that, because that's what it's like, that's what it is.
Recognize that being a nerd is not some brand passed onto our skin, but rather a label we use to identify.
No, it is literally a brand that you cast on yourself, because if it wasn't, then Black Okage would not have been acting like he was the one and only black guy that can tell people, listen, Froskin is right, she did not just go conceive while there.
Ourselves with. It was used as a way of describing our passions and hobbies rather than our personalities. If anything, the fact that we were nerdy about completely different things gave us more to talk about and bond over. And that's the beauty of it. No two black nerds are going to have the same hobbies, upbringing, passions, or interests.
You say until you come across the ones that do exist, and then you have nothing to say about them. Haven't even brought up one yet, other than Donald Glover.
Even if you do share the same.
And yet you want to put us in the same box, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anti-black. If you want
no, it's anti-human. It's anti-human to classify people as being amalgamates of the same person. Everyone's a unique soul. You jackass.
Measure or even compare your experiences to someone else's in order to gauge how much of a nerd they are, not only is it anti-black, it's stinky. And I'm not talking about your body that stinks. I'm talking about your mindset. Look, I don't care if that was corny. I want all the smoke. I'm really proud of you.
He's making a fake boo track about people in his head that he's arguing to while making this hippies. Basically hippies.
That one. Okay, I told y'all we wouldn't be getting too many you stink jokes, not in this video. That's as close as it's gonna get. But no, that's a really stinky mindset to have. Just because you have faced ostracization and rejection from your own community does not make your black nerd experience any more or any less unique than another person's.
If a person was bullied and a person was not bullied, and the not bullied person asks the bullied person, why are you so antagonistic to Andre? What did Andre do to you? And the bullied person tells you, Andre fucked my sister, destroyed my anime collection, stole my favorite Tamagotchi, and then to this day has the audacity to brag about it anytime he has an opportunity to, even after my sister's suicide, from him using her just so that he could win a bet. Are you going to say that same shit to that guy over that circumstance? No, you would not, because if you did, you would be a delusional, dehumanizing being. Clearly, if ostracization happens, the first question is, what did he do? And then the second question should be, okay, so but is that deserved? Or, okay, what makes you think that you don't deserve that? You guys ostracize each other, you try to ostracize a celebrity, and then you try to talk shit about that celebrity, like he isn't more successful than both of us, more successful than the three of us combined. Man, the fuck are you on about?
And to boil this down to gender is even more asinine.
So don't boil it down, dumbass! The call is coming from inside the pocket.
Who identifies with a sense of nerdiness, whether it be through gaming, anime...
The call is coming from inside the pocket. It's not out of the box, it's out of the pocket. But it's your wallet.
Comics, film, music, their nerd experience is just as valid as
Good for
everyone else's.
You keep reminding us that it's not, because if it was as valid as everyone else's, it was just
bigotry, racism. Y'all know what's in my wallet. My social security card, a Trigon card, and a holographic memory card from fucking DIC Sailor Moon Run.
Again, on its own merits, would it not?
Regardless of whatever factors within the community they may have faced. And that's the part that so many dudes seem to have trouble coming to terms with. It's almost as if in order to preserve or protect any sort of community built around black nerd identity, they have to police another black nerd's identity.
If a person comes in from the outside of my group and says, I want to take over your group, would you not protect your group? So what you're saying is that you gotta protect yourself from an unknown, unseen assailant or proverbial pathogen, but you let other people just come in willy-nilly? No wonder movements get easily taken over by activists. Them motherfuckers fall over like a goddamn Pomeranian.
Would be judging how a person's attractiveness impacts how much of a true nerd they are, or whether or not the amount of success they've had with women is a determining factor.
Well, considering that supposed cool people are able to get women because they're not into quote nerd shit, and people now deciding to be into nerd shit as a way to get access to celebrity and popularity status, yeah, I'm probably gonna look at a woman like Jessica Nagiri and say, maybe she is a fan, and maybe she does like making her outfits and costumes, but do you always have to put your titties on display? It's no different than being a streamer saying, yeah, she's intelligent, but every single time you see her, she's in half of her clothes. Like, what are we talking about?
What are you talking about? Nuances may highlight issues within the community. They are not and never will be determining factors for what makes a black nerd.
Cap, they can be for real.
But like we just said, it's all about finding community. And when you finally found a community that celebrates your identity, you're more likely to try to gatekeep that community.
But you guys don't celebrate black men, and you don't celebrate black nerds. You celebrate black femmes, and you treat them like they're goddesses. At the moment that one's been disrespected, we're inviting the ire of them on people. Now, there's two ways that can go. Either you're being serious, and that's what you actually think will happen if you don't placate black women, in which case, are they really a part of your community? Or are you just a subject in their kingdom? Let that one percolate in your brain for a second.
Say it again, Carl. I'm gonna slow you down so you can say it again. Because that's probably one of the best things we can talk about before we let the end of the video play out. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy, what was I cooking when I was ranting?
The moment that one's been disrespected, we're inviting the ire of them on people. Now, there's two ways that can go. Either you're being serious, and that's what you actually think will happen if you don't placate black women, in which case, are they really a part of your community? Or are you just a subject in their kingdom? Let that one percolate in your brain for a second. And then think about the alternative. If that is not what you're saying, then aren't you just a bunch of fucking sociopaths all trying to force other people to exist in the same space without a rule of law to upkeep and unify you on why the rules and conditionings of the things that you consider to be serious and important for just participating in these contexts? Or is anything less than, here's a guy who wants power and I should stop him from having it because I want it first? Is that a way to live?
Out of fear of it being co-opted or taken over. But that's not something we have to worry about. There's no fake nerd infiltrators in the black nerd community. We've existed.
You say that, and yet there are.
As long as nerdiness has existed, and will continue to.
That's not true, because black nerdiness would only have existed for as long as Rick Moranis was applicably cool to black people. And I don't think the reruns for Honey, I Shrunk the Hits hit until like maybe the mid-2007, mid-2008.
Exist in countless different variations and permutations. Trying to boil down which gender of black nerd had it worse isn't going to do a good job of highlighting the issues we need to fix.
All the issues that you say we need to fix by black men being told to shut up and listen to black women.
I love how he just loves just sweeping that shit under the rug every single time.
Mm-hmm.
Like us being victimized by people that think differently from us means that we just should just shut up and continue to be victimized by those people. Just bury it deep down. Just bury it deep down. It'll become cancer later for you.
Just give it to your dark side, but don't get better. It's like, don't go to therapy. Just listen to us. We have all the answers.
You know what's really fucked up that's really fucked up about that? To again use the example of one human. The fact that I've gone through 5 weeks of the same shit because I tried to give them a chance again, they did the exact same thing to Gay. People who were there part of the first stream, or no, it was the second stream, where we were discussing it. After I was done with the news segment, we discussed it, and there was a whole contraction about it because one of the people over there who has gained the ability to do it as a moderator, his name's Enzo and Verduros, because they're in talks about it. I had mentioned that I walked this through with him, and basically, for the fact of the matter that this has been a running jag that has happened for weeks on end, if the same way that I had problems that I had to discuss, the same way I wanted to discuss these on this, why would I leave it in the area of a live stream? I would pull it out of the VOD of a live stream, and then I'd make sure I'd use that VOD to then make a video. So if people ask me, Carl, what do you think about the FD Signifier, Pillboy, and that one guy that was on his fucking Flies in the Milk stream? I don't have to re-explain it every single time somebody asks me that question. I can instead make a video, and when they ask me the question, I can say, go watch the video. Because, realistically, apples being apples, why would I not make money off the kind of people that think like this and act like this? Everything's content, right? And everything's permissible, nothing's off limits, right? So, what's the problem? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. So let me get some milk. And if they change their attitude, and it supposedly brings a problem, well, whose problem is that? I didn't make you say that dumb shit on the camera. All I did was criticize you. If you don't like my opinion, you don't like my opinion, but it's my opinion, and it's not going to change.
But Carl, you're siding with the evil, racist people that want to just tear us down for every single thing.
Holding people accountable tears them down? Damn, that's crazy. If I can tear you down by holding you account by asking you questions, what does that say about your mentality?
Crazy how that works, huh? That.
Because, like, if you're playing any video game, and people come to you with these kind of arguments about why you should socialize the way that you should in their game, what is that going to actually do to help anyone, anywhere, in any way at all? How does any of the things that have been said in this video help people if it's not the advice that came from myself and Jay? Because granted, to save for time, I actually had to skip over the part where we actually were flabbergasted by them saying it, for those who had not heard it before, where we said, bro, if you got you and your boys, it was around the section with the NBA street shit. If you are with your boys and you have your group and your boys, isn't that enough? Do you need more? You need to go out of your way to worry about your perception and your optics and your image to people who don't know who you are? You should be terrified and stuck in choice paralysis forever? Because listen, if you go against us, you're not for blacks. You hate blacks. And if you're with us for blacks, you'll bite your tongue, because it's time for black women to speak. You're never going to be allowed to speak. Uplift black women. If you don't uplift black women, you hate black people. It's why, as a joke inside of my sponsor read, at the end I said, so make support short, make it today, or you hate black people. Because that's actually how they think. I say the shit as a joke, because I'm being topical. These motherfuckers think it for real. And then they make horrible justifications.
That's why it makes me double down every time. It's like, oh yeah, I hate black people apparently.
Well, me, I hate black people, and I'm racist, and I'm privileged, whatever.
But get to the end of this. I think the end of this is actually the most funny one, in which he tries to justify another way of going about this, and just goes, nah. And I think it's the most racist shit that I've seen in a while.
Doing is distracting us from the real problem of anti-blackness and closing us off to the real solution.
Exactly. Getting rid of you bitch ass niggas. Because you're the problem. You are part of the problem.
But there's one more false solution that we need to debunk before we can dive into the real ones. And that's the idea of, if black women don't like me, then I'll find some non-black women that do. And no, that's
there it
not
is.
how it really works.
There it is. There the fuck it is. Holy shit. That's the most racist shit in the world.
Remember when I said earlier, when like the tweet or
that as soon as I heard that shit from him, I just disconnected and reconnected. Nothing should have happened. The second that those words reach my ears and I hear him say that in my eardrums, you're gonna see my brain hit 66 nigawatts a second.
You are part of the problem.
But there's one more false solution that we need to debunk before we can dive into the real ones. And that's the idea of, if black women don't like me, then I'll find some non-black women that do. And no, that's not how it really works.
That's not how it works.
That's not how it works. Every time.
Do you have something?
It's so just really terrible. They're basically just saying like, oh, you want a way out? Well, you're extremely racist if you think you have a way out.
Everybody couldn't hear what I had to say.
It really works.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
That one gets me every time. Do you have something you'd like to say to that, Jay?
Wait, what do you say? I'm tuning in and out because I hate this dude.
I know.
Also, in many parts of the section from the editing, Jay does tune in and out, but not because she's not paying attention, but because she got to a point where her brain was not letting her mentally function, because the shit that he would say would be that. And between what I had showed her from the signifier shit, and then immediately doing this, because originally half the reason we had to re-edit it is because the editing that I did was not amenable and not tenable. I was trying to shorten the sections to get through them faster, but it ended up making it so that it was harder for people to understand what he was saying, and thus making it harder for them to understand my rebuttals and my points to argue against. But in this one, she tuned back in at the end there, and I pulled it there because of, once you hit the point of, no. If you think that black women aren't what you should date, that makes you a person who is a coon, who falls under the Glover effect. What the fuck do you do? If you don't date the people who are of your same race, you are an evil man. What am I supposed to say to that?
No. Not only date people that are of your same race, but don't respect you. That actually actively don't like you.
If the black community,
you have to eat that shit because
if the black community were to act like it was a cult, it's like saying, no, you can't date outside your race. Why can't I, Papa? Because the world hates people like you. We can only stay to our own. And then they go outside and they realize, wait, Papa, I finally left the Amish community, and all those foreign women wanted to do horrible things to me, and I liked it. Why did you lie to me? Because your mother was from there, and she was a whore before she came here. That's what it is.
I'm going to gaslight you into never going outside the plantation. And the second you step foot off the plantation, I'm going to close the gate behind you. You're never allowed to come back home. And if you come back home and you find a way back here, we're going to call you horrible things because you're just like your parent. This is trauma. This is trauma. This is trauma speaking. Actually, I feel like this would be a really good point to stop because this pretty much gets my point across even better than I already did in my edit. If black women don't like me, then I'll find some non-black women that do. This is not an answer. In the mind and the words of Pillboy, I say to you, live, man alive, I have no idea what that is other than racism. But clearly it's not racist. He's got a special racist card. It's like a counter 3 warp Kamehameha wave. I'm a bigot, but I'm not really a bigot. I just like DJ. Like, bro, you're not sailing off the energy beams to blast Kefla in the face with this one. I can tell you that fucking much. This is an accusation that will stick. Because the sheer fact of the matter is, how the fuck do you say this? And then say, no. You need to find community. Because you black men, you hate women so much, you, reads notes, wouldn't even fuck a Argentinian. Because you think that black women are smell dirty like insert word here. Let's take the W out of the statement. If black men don't like me, then I'll find some non-black men that do. Is this a statement that would be attributable for you, Jay? Are there any celebrity crushes you have that aren't Henry Cavill and Jonathan Majors? They can even be women if you have them.
No.
I don't know what was funnier, the nonchalant of that answer, the speed of that answer. Okay. I don't even know. I don't... Like, I have some for men, I have some for gay men, I have some for women, I have some for gay women, but really it's more of an admiration at this point than, like, I wish they would come take me out on a date. Though I fucking melt if Anne Hathaway was to geek out with me over something. Simply because she'd pull that line she did in that interview with that guy saying, what a fresh young man, and I'd be like, yes, me.
I want you to imagine him while closing your eyes. Now ask yourself, how long do I have before I end up like him? No, I'm serious. Some people are probably going to hear that comment and laugh it off or think of it as condescension, but I mean it. How long before that pain and that unhealed trauma becomes so much of a hindrance that you start to miss out on chances with potential partners? When you live your whole life drowning in past drama, reliving the same painful memories on loop, it's no surprise that the world will leave you behind.
And that, folks, was the majority of that video. We had to skip over some parts for time, but fortunately I planned for that. That shit took 3 hours for anybody who would ask, Carl, why is it 3 hours? I have never even watched a long man video. Why is your video 3 hours long? Because that's how much time.
You don't have to watch it all in one sitting. Like,
I mean, most people do. But it took over 3 hours and 23 minutes, 20 whatever odd minutes was at the end, because that's how much time it took to unpack it in real time. Because there was a point where I was gonna intersperse the cut and the edit with the original file on top, but it got too much. We needed to keep going, stopping, start, because she'd have to walk out of the room and do something, I'd have to walk out of the room and do something. Stop, start, stop, start, stop, start. So we just redid it again with the video on the screen, because word for word, bar for bar, as soon as the word left his mouth, I couldn't believe what I was having to explain, as though they've never had relationships with men, never had relationships with women, never had relationships with same-sex or same-gender friends, never had relationships with people outside their race, never had relationships and friendships with people that weren't for money and weren't for clout and wasn't simply for circumstantial gain. They never been able to understand that you don't have to agree with the people that are your loved ones in your life, but you do have to live with them and learn how to be with them. All of these basic things that supposedly only incels wouldn't understand, these men didn't understand. Granted, again, Signifier's a lost cause. He's gonna always act the way he acts. And Paradigm Shift, for what I can tell, man's a lost cause. He's never gonna learn, because he's locked into believing that you need to fight every single motherfucker on the internet when you don't. But Pillboy, this was probably legitimately one of the first videos I watched from him, and his inability to really get it hurt my soul. Because how the fuck do you make a video where the title of the video is Black Women Love Black Men, and you put Family Matters Laura and Urkel on the cover saying, let it go. And this entire video is you niggas never letting go of your fucking animosity for Donald Glover. How do you clickbait them into watching a hate piece about an artist who has no reason to care about your opinions?
Not to mention all the other shit too. How else can I? How else?
Hardcore racism and pushing down the trauma.
Like how do I deal with the hardcore racism of that action? Because that's not normal. There's not a single normal thing about that. This is abnormal, and it always has been. And people need to see more of it. Not necessarily just from my content, from other content, wherever you find it. To which I would say, if you ever find clips like this, please send them to my Discord. If you're not already a member of the Discord, please consider joining the Discord. Remember, a Carl is a terrible thing to waste. And a Carl is a terrible thing to not activate. Don't you want your own personal mauled machine? Honestly, that comment can go either way. They could be calling it a mauled machine because, yeah, he's a yapper. He can't beat the yapping. He can't beat that yapping allegations. Or he's the mellow Mulder because my head. Next time I shave my head bald, my hair's not gonna grow back, and I'm just gonna be bald ass Carl. I'm gonna be a milk dud, a talking, moving chocolate bean. But anyways, yeah. Final thoughts.
This whole video was freaking cap. I wanted to throw that man out the window.
This whole fucking thing stinks. Because you're basically just telling me to just suck up my own trauma that you guys inflicted on me just to be better for the part of a whole.
Better part of a whole that doesn't even want you. That's the worst part. Better.
They don't want me. That's a problem.
It's like, I swear to God, in one of my first edits, I had an example for this. It's like giving your life force for a nega spirit bomb. You're not trying to get rid of the enemy. You're trying to increase the power level of the most hated person in the existence of the universe. Because listen. He might be confused, but he got a spirit. And there's an even bigger threat out there, and it's white supremacy. And they're charging up their white power bomb. So you need to charge the black power spirit bomb, and that way we can counter them. It's like, but it's going to take my life force. Yeah, but you're getting it to a good cause. So shut up, put your hands up. But I want to put my hands up. I said, shut up, put your hands up. I want to put my hands up. I want to live. Black Bulma said she finna throw it back for real tonight. Like, who is gonna willingly give their energy away to people who don't fucking prioritize it? Why would I go where I'm hated and tolerated and not where I'm adored and celebrated? And then, why would I go to those places where that happens if it isn't because I am forced to, or because I'm doing something on behalf of other people that don't even want me to be there, to be the olive branch that they refuse to offer to other people. Because it takes a lot of effort to be the guy that's going to always reach your hand out, despite the fact that they're going to constantly slap your hand away. Because when you no longer need to or want to, they're going to say, see, they were never like that. See. And honestly, who the fuck would want to date a black woman who acts like that, let alone be in an audience community that behaves like that? Because if you go into the audience of SingleFire, you're going to be harassed for never doing things the right way. But if you go into the audience of somebody like Bill Boy, shut up, give me your mouth, boy, and not like that. Capital. They're going to tell you, shut up, zip your lip, shut up and give me that mouth, boy. It's like that one song that was made by Flo Milli. Like, all they want from you is your money, your involvement, your time, and your soul. And they don't even let you be able to be in your body when it happens. Your soul's already out of your body when you're being consumed. And it's not fair. It's not fair to a single person, but they feel they gotta do that in order to have power. And why the fuck would I want to give somebody power that can't even empower themselves to learn better choices and actions? Let's say that again. That shit came smooth off my tongue. Why would I want to empower someone who can't power themselves to make a better decision? Because they don't have to be together with other people who hate themselves and hate other people around them because they don't think alike. They could go find people who are like them. Even if it was an interconnected cabal of loosely connected people along the things that they shared as hobbies, it would be better than you need to be with the black femmes. Because if you're not with the black femmes, we're losing the potential to do what we need to do. And we have to do it like this because white supremacy, bigotry, white supremacy. And when you tell them no, they then call you every single slur in the book. And then they throw their hands up. And then they basically quit the game of life. That's what that is. Quitting the game of life. Because even when you put the bullet in your mouth and you pull the trigger and your brain splatter on the wall, black women now still have it worse. Because we lost another brother. But they didn't care about the brother when he was standing next to him. They only cared about it when they wanted to use him. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of every single time a dead black or possibly hurt black person gets murdered, gets assassinated, gets put in a situation they shouldn't have been in, and instead of victim asking questions, they scream, "You're victim blaming." I'm sorry, I'd like the victim ask questions. How did he end up there? I'm not saying that Neely deserved to die. I want to know how victim got his ass choked the fuck out. That's like doing the same thing to the UK. I'm not victim blaming the people of the British Isles, but I am victim asking questions about why is it that children that are being assaulted are getting raped constantly as they walk from vista to villa to villa to vista to vista all the way to the police station just to get diddled the entire way 15 times in the different taxi cab and then raped again when they get to the police station. If not by the people assaulting them, by officers that are corrupt themselves. How the fuck does that happen? How do these things happen? Because it doesn't happen in a vacuum. That's all I want to say. That's my final thought. Anybody else have thoughts they want to give before I end the stream?
I was going to say something about, like, you know, how I thought we were going to bring up personal experiences, you know, being...
Yes, earlier in the beginning I did.
In school?
Yeah, early in the beginning. That's what I did. I think that was on the other side of it, though. But you're right. I should be able to do that. If I did not do that, and if you feel you have something you still want to say, please do so now.
I was going to say, like, maybe it's regional in, like, depending on where you grow up, because, like, over here it was just like watching anime and playing video games was just a normal thing. Like, by the time I was coming up, because it was like, I want to say late 90s to, you know, the half part of 2010 was when I was still in school. And I didn't have people getting on my case for liking anime. I did get a few people, you know, trying to rip me about video games. Like, I remember one exchange, I was playing like a fighting game in class and I didn't have anything else to do. It was on our school computers. And some other black girls that were next to me, they're saying, like, "Why are you playing that stuff? Are you retarded?" And I'm like, and I just looked at him like, I'm just playing a game. I'm not doing anything harmful. I was just flabbergasted why they would say something like that. Because to me, you know, everybody who had a computer would play games on it. Like, they would just emulate either Nintendo, Sega Genesis, NES games on it. Because there were a lot of people that were doing it at the school. So... to me, like, I didn't have to deal with, like, the most severe stuff from classmates. It's mostly my parents giving me hell about my interests, which is a whole other can of worms. But I do remember, like, whenever I was bullied at school, it was just mostly other black people because I wasn't a combative or confrontational person. I just kept to myself. I didn't want to get in trouble because of my home situation. It wasn't worth the risk. And when I did eventually find nerdy groups at school, they basically took me in when you know, when I was like really lonely in life, and you know, I had them help me pull me out of, like, really, you know, in situations where I was at my lowest emotionally. So, and I have to, like, also say, like, this group was also very diverse. It didn't have to be like, I know he says like blurs, but there were, or I think there was like some black boys. There was black boys, Hispanic, like white, and it was kind of like, I think with the girls there was mostly white, Asian, and Hispanic.
But don't you see, Saffronet? Those people are enemies. Those people are not your friends because they don't share skin color with you.
Well, they were never antagonistic towards me, really.
But they will be, because they are.
I mean, they never were. It's just that I don't understand like that kind of that mindset. I mean, this is also before the time of identity politics, so I mean, yeah. So I guess I had it much differently, but over here, like being into anime or liking video games was just a normal kind of hobby. It didn't really get me that much scorn growing up. The only thing I felt bad about was if I wanted to bring up my interests. Like this was like early when I was in high school, like in my freshman year. My parents had the bright idea GameCube, and I should get an MP3 player instead because that's what teenagers are doing. Teenagers, they're not playing video games. You know, kind of showed how out of touch they were. And the first day I went to school, and I think it was like orientation, or I was like in I think I was going to band. They want me to be in the band and not in anything artistic because they thought it would be like a bad influence for me or something. They considered art more of a bad influence on me at some point. The first thing I see when I walk in was another boy about my age having a DS and people huddled around him. And at that point, I felt like I was just not going to fit in anymore because, you know, they told me I'm not allowed to be in the video games anymore. And how am I going to explain to other people my age that I can't like those things?
I see. That's very interesting. They seem to think that art was a waste of your time. That's weird. Have they changed their perspective at all?
I mean, yeah, it is, but they did eventually, but it had to come at the price of like me basically losing my sanity, because it felt like any kind of interest I had was like as Pillboy would say, sending me down the path to darkness. But in the Christian sense,
I love how he just uses that like that. It's so fucking hokey.
I mean, in their terms, it was like sending down the path of darkness to Satanism or witchcraft, basically. And me, I had no interest in that stuff. I had no interest in witchcraft or any of that, like any kind of that stuff. I just like drawing, like mythological and fantasy and video games.
Like
stuff.
Dark Knight was.
No, I wasn't in the Bastard at that time. It was not. It's still very obscure. Like I drew the popular stuff, but I was into like Nights into Dreams and I think Darkstalkers. I was starting to get into fighting games more.
Okay. Anybody else want to share?
But yeah, like I said, yeah.
Sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off. It's just we're running out of time.
Okay, everybody have a you share.
Anybody else want to share? Yes? No?
Yeah, I've kind of.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, hi. I've kind of been in the same position as Saffronet, you know, doing things that aren't really seen as like black, you know, like what she was saying about the Street Fighter games and not Street Fighter, playing those fighting games. And those girls were like, "Oh, what are you doing?" Like, I've gotten that from friends, even from like people, even from family. Like, why are you doing that? And it kind of made me kind of ashamed of being that way. You know what I mean? Like, kind of putting that part away and just being not happy with what I am. But yeah, that's all I gotta add. Sorry if that was off topic.
No, not really.
That's okay.
I suppose everyone else that has communicated did communicate either during or before or after. So, it is about to hit exactly 10 p.m., which means I am turning the stream off. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming through for another Versus Chat. We got another 2 of these coming through the week. They're also at 6 to 10 on Thursdays through Saturdays, which gives you guys optimal amount of time to be able to plan throughout the entirety of the day. I worked this out ahead of time to try and see if this schedule works. If this schedule works well, there's a chance that we could be able to have at least a minimum of 1 to 2 Versus Chats every week. And if we have a lot of news or shit that is able to happen, we could have them on Thursdays, on Thursdays through Saturdays with a maximum of 3. Because there are topics that people have given me that I've either fell on the wayside for myself or things that I posted inside of podcast ideas that if it wasn't for the video, it was for Versus Chat that I didn't get on top of and didn't capitalize. Because on top of having a bunch of shit that I needed to worry about, there was also just feeling that some of the news was just impossible, and I mean impossible, to parse through. This one, like I said, was supposed to be 4 full videos on at least 4 different things, or maybe 2 of them being a follow-up of the first 2. But I just condensed it together. I made my video of my ideas and my opinions. I put my opinions out there, and if I feel there's something that can be discussed in the subject matter, I slap Versus Chat on it and we talk about it here. It is a part of the broadcasting cycle and new content schedule. I have tentatively called it Carlton Network, but basically it is my stream and my upload schedule, basically. Where if I am streaming, it's going to no longer be like random parts of the day. If it is something that has to do with news, it will be from 9 a.m., the earliest that I'll start it, to 5 p.m., the latest that I will go, before I either stop to make dinner and then restart again. Because as you can see, if you look on the stream, or rather look on the live, you can see that the videos that are talking on the news are Carl at home, and the ones that happen after I'm done talking about gaming, or rather talking about news and start doing gaming, is Carl After Dark, or Carl at Night. Which makes it so that people who want to check things out to see the VOD, you don't have to now parse through 11 hours of the same unbroken stream VOD. Instead, it's broken up on YouTube. Besides that, anything else that I could talk about, I'll probably talk about in the morning or at the beginning of the next Versus Chat when we talk about the subject matter for tomorrow. But for tonight, I must leave you, and you must leave me, and we must leave each other. In parting is such sweet sorrow. And don't forget to support your niggatry, because your niggatry supports you like your best bra. Anywho, thank you for coming through. Good night, chat, and goodbye, chat. I will see you again tomorrow morning. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.